remain standing, we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag by Senator Benoit. Senator Wright.
Mr. President, members, this summer the California Museum is celebrating the 200th birthday of our 16th President, Abraham Lincoln. And in these days when civility seems so often to be lacking in our public discourse, we have much to learn from President Lincoln, who even during the most acrimonious period in our history was dedicated to bringing reconciliation and healing to the nation. In an October 16th address in 1854, President Lincoln said, "Let all Americans, let all lovers of liberty everywhere join in this great and good work. If we do this," he said, "we shall not only have saved the Union, but we shall have saved it as much and to keep it forever worthy of saving. We shall have saved it that the succeeding millions of free and happy people all over the world shall rise up and call us blessed to be the latest generations. We pray to the Creator of all of us that we might act in such a way that we will be remembered not just as lovers of liberty, but as defenders of it. May our tongues be guided with the kindness and wisdom. May our hearts and minds be open to the beliefs that are different from our own. And may that work be remembered until the last generation as a blessing. May this be God's will."
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hang on, come back. One of those, is that all? That is all. Yours. Great. That's all yours.
Oh,
okay. Thank you.
I got a plan B.
Members, under privileges of the floor, Senator Pavley at Senator Steinberg's desk. For what purpose do you rise, Senator Pavley?
For the purpose of introduction.
Proceed.
And presentation of a resolution. Thank you very much, President Samiti and members. We are flying the flag of Hungary, if you look to the podium just on the right there, in order to welcome a very distinguished member of the California Consular Corps, His Excellency Balázs Bokor, Consul General of Hungary in Los Angeles, is with us right next to me here. Ambassador Bokor has a long and notable career with the Hungarian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, including ambassadorships to Lebanon, Cyprus, Syria, and Jordan. He has been serving commendably as Consul General in California since 2007. Ambassador Bokor is visiting the capital today to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the opening of the Iron Curtain at the Austro-Hungarian border. This sort of initiated a domino effect that led to the collapse of the Berlin Wall later on that year. This monumental event eventually led to the reunification of Europe and a profound transformation in the international political order. I'm proud to have many constituents of Hungarian descent in my district and would like to take this opportunity to present to you, Ambassador Bokor, with a Senate resolution recognizing today, August 20th, as Hungry Day here in California. And let's join together in celebrating the many connections between California and Hungary. Please join me in extending a warm welcome. And with permission of the chair, I would like Consul General Bokor just to say a few words, brief comments.
Ambassador Bokor, welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be here today with you. This is a very important day for Hungary, a country in Central Europe with an 11 million population. This is the National Day of Hungary. 1009 years ago, this day, the first Hungarian king, King Stephen, founded the first Christian kingdom in Hungary. But this very day has a much more bigger importance this year, when we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of the 1989 events. Actually, on the 19th of August 1989, the Hungarian government started the dismantling of the Iron Curtain on the Austro-Hungarian border. That was the border between the West and the East, between communism and the free world. And this very brave decision of the Hungarian government that time led, as it was said before, to a domino effect, to the revolutions in the countries around Hungary, to the dissolution of the Soviet Union before the fall of the Berlin Wall. And that happened that democracies were set up all over in Eastern and Central Europe. Hungary and other countries have become members of the NATO, European Union. They had become good allies of the United States of America. Here we have 1,200,000 Hungarians living in the United States. Among them, 200,000 approximately in California. We are very proud of them, and we encourage them to serve their new homeland and to be a bridge between Hungary and the United States and between Hungary and California. Thank you for your appreciation, and thank you for Senator Pavli's initiation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador Bokor. And Senator Pavli, I'm sure you'll want me to remind the members and their guests that there is a reception in room 211 honoring the ambassador.
There is. Thank you very much, and the food is quite delicious.
There you go. Thank you very much. Members, do we have other items under privileges of the floor? Other items under privileges of the floor? Senator Ducheney at her desk.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, members, I want you to join me in wishing the best to, I want everybody to know we actually do have a World Series team, but they are the Little League team, the Parkview Little League from Chula Vista. They are heading to Pennsylvania soon to participate in the overall World Series. They are our first team from there in a long time. It's the 41st season that they've been playing in Little League Baseball, and the 9th team from San Diego County to ever advance to the Little League World Series. They will be going to Pennsylvania soon, and we hope you will all join us in wishing them well.
Congratulations, and we wish them well. Members, do we have any other items under privileges of the floor at this time? Privileges of the floor, member. All right. Then we will move to motions, resolutions, and notices. And we will recognize members who wish to take up items without reference to file or to move a bill to the floor or off the floor. Members? All right. Senator Calderon, for what purpose do you rise, sir?
I'd like to take up item number 436.
Senator, I'm going to ask you to hold off on that item for one moment, please, while we see if there are items that are without reference to file. Senator Ducheney.
Mr. President, just without objection, I'd like to move the following measures to the inactive file. AB 180 and ABs 185 through 209. That would be file items 56 and 61 through 85. Just move them to inactive.
Without objection, those items will be moved to the inactive file. Other items without reference to file, Senator Kehoe.
I'd like to remove Assemblymember Ma's AB 129 from inactive and place it on second reading file.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, are there any other items without reference to file? Could we find out what Mr. Calderon wants? That was a little unclear to me. Any other items without reference to file, members? Members, without objection, we will place AB 1329 by Brownlee, that's file item 144, on inactive at the request of the author. Seeing and hearing no objection, so ordered. Okay. Can I have a copy back? Thank you.
He wants to take an item up out of file.
Senator Cogdill, for what purpose, sir?
Out of order. So he just wants to take an item up.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm asking that we, under unfinished business, take up item number 37, which is a bill that's back before this body for concurrence in Assembly amendments. SB 348 clarifies the manner in which rental car companies pass through the cost of the recent VLF increase. Assembly amendments made technical changes that do not change the overall effect of the bill. The bill has not received...
Without objection,
no voice.
We'll move to item 37. Secretary, please read.
Sorry.
Senate Bill 348 by Senator Cogdill, an act relating to passenger vehicle rentals and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Senator Cogdill.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. President. This bill is back to us from the Assembly where they made technical amendments. There hasn't been any no votes on the bill. I would ask for your aye vote.
Debate or discussion? Debate or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, call the roll.
Onnested? Aye. Alquist?
No.
Aye. Ashburn? Aye. Benoit? Aye. Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Cogdill? Aye. Corbett? Aye. Correa? Aye. Cox? Aye. Denham? Aye. DeSaulnier? Aye. DeCheney? Aye. Dutton? Aye. Flores? Hancock? Aye. Harmon? Aye. Hollingsworth? Aye. Huff? Aye. Kehoe? Leno? Aye. Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Aye. Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Price? Aye. Pavley, aye. Romero? Aye. Runner? Aye. Semidian? Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? Aye. Walters? Aye. Wiggins? Wolk? Aye. Wright? Aye. Wyland? Aye. Yee? Yee, aye. Flores, aye. Kehoe, aye. Wiggins? Wiggins, aye. So ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The measure is concurred in. The urgency clause is approved. Members, at this time, the regular session will stand in recess and the third extraordinary session will be convened. The prayer and pledge will be deemed complete. Senator Cox, for what purpose do you rise?
Well, Mr. President, I was wondering, are you going to take up any more bills? You were talking about 38 to 0, and I just happen to have a bill that's number 38 on the file folder that's just a matter of concurrence over from the Assembly.
Mr. Cox, while your enthusiasm is appreciated, we have other items that are going to be somewhat time-consuming today, and we've been asked to take those up next.
And so I think
if we'd ask you to bring that item up to the desk, however, we'll see when it can be accommodated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Cogdill's measure was an urgency item, which was the reason for taking that matter up. Members, at this time, the regular session will stand in recess and the third extraordinary session is convened. Without objection, we will waive Senate Rule 29.8 so that amendments may be considered without analysis. Without objection. There are...
There is objection. Senator.
All right, members, we're going to try that one more time, if we may. Without objection, we will waive Senate Rule 29.8A so that amendments may be considered without analysis. Is there any objection? Seeing and hearing none, Senate Rule 29.8A is waived. There are amendments at the desk. Senator Denham. My staff does. Members, we're going to have a challenging morning on a difficult set of bills with a complicated set of amendments. If we could ask for as much patience as is possible, and if folks have questions, if they could simply raise them in due course. Senator Denham, it's my understanding that you have the first of a series of amendments to be raised in connection with the business of the special session. Would you like to proceed at this time?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Senator Denham. Secretary, please read. We have a point of personal privilege from Senator Hancock at her desk, indicating that she does not yet have amendments. Could we ask the Senate staff to be sure that all members of the Senate on both sides of the aisle have copies of the amendments? Why don't we take a moment while the amendments are distributed? Senator Denham, if we could ask you for a moment of patience, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Senator Denham.
I'd be happy to wait another 24 hours if we wanted to give members more time to look at amendments as well as the bill.
We appreciate the abundance of comity that is suggested by that remark. I think only a few more moments, however, will be required, Senator Denham. Thank you. All right. Secretary will read the bill.
Assembly Bill
by Senator Denham.
Assembly Bill 14 by Assemblymember Evans, an act relating to correctional facilities, making an appropriation therefore and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately. There are amendments at the desk by Senator Denham.
Senator Denham, please proceed.
Mr. President, members, oftentimes bills are described as very simple, very common sense bills. I would say that this amendment is not only the simplest, but the most common sense that we have seen concerning this issue. This amendment simply requires that the governor, the pro tem, and the Assembly Speaker personally sign off on the release of every single one of the criminals that are set free by the commission. If you take a look at commissions from other states, the states that do have commissions, Delaware, New Mexico, North Carolina, Oregon, Virginia, and Washington, they all have part-time legislatures. They call the entire legislature back in to sign off on the release when their commissions deem it necessary. They also do that in Minnesota as well. This is just, again, a very simple amendment. While I would like the entire legislature to come back, I know that there would be even far
Senator
greater
Denham,
opposition to that.
excuse me for one moment. Members, once again, please. We have a very significant and difficult set of issues to work through this morning. If we could ask that each member give attention to the Speaker, in this instance, Senator Denham. Senator Denham, I apologize for the interruption. Please complete your remarks.
Thank you. Again, while these other states have part-time legislatures, when their commissions do come up with recommendations, they are recommendations. They do go back before the entire legislature before they have final approval. Now, I know that this is a full-time legislature, and it can be tough to call members back. So simply, this takes this even one step simpler. Only the governor, the speaker, the pro tem have to sign off on it. But I think the people of this state, before we see mayhem on the streets, ought to have some type of representation here to simply sign off on the commission's recommendations. I would ask for an aye vote.
Debate or discussion on the amendments, members. Senator Oropesa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to lay these amendments on the table.
Thank you very much, Senator Oropesa. Members, the motion by Senator Oropesa is to lay the amendments on the table. Call the roll.
Onnested? Alquist? Aye.
Senator Onestad, forgive me, I am unable to call on you because we're in the middle of a roll call. We're going to complete the roll call. Again, we're in the middle of a roll call. Please complete the roll call.
So, Alquist, aye. Ashburn? No. Benoit? No. Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Aye. Cogdill? No. Corbett? Aye. Correa? Cox? No. Denham? No. DeSaulnier? Aye. Duchesne? Aye. Dutton? No. Flores? Aye. Hancock? Aye. Harmon? No. Hollingsworth? No. Huff? No. Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? No. Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero? Aye. Runner? No. Smidian? Aye. Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? No. Walters? No. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Aye. Wright? Aye. Wyland? No. Yee? Yee, aye. Onestad, no.
Call the absent members.
Correa?
Ayes 24, noes 15. The motion to lay on the table is approved. Senator Onestad, at this time, and my apologies, but the motion to lay on the table is non-debatable, passes by a simple majority vote, and once a roll call has commenced, we are unable to recognize a member of the body. At this time, sir.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, sir.
We all know that we're voting on file item 19 amendments. However, file item 19 has not been presented with the amendments that are being presented right now are answering. It seems to me that the proper way to do this is to let Senator Duchesne present her amendments to the Evans bill so that then Senator Denham's point and the other points that are to follow would be germane to the conversation. Right now, they are not.
The amendments. One moment, sir, while I confer with the Secretary of the Senate. Thank you for your point of parliamentary inquiry. Senator Onestad, the Secretary of the Senate reminds me that the measure before us is the February 14th version of the bill. The amendments being offered by Senator Denham, and in a moment I believe others, would be inapplicable if the February 14th version of the bill were first amended per Senator Duchesne's amendments. We would then have amendments from Senator Denham and others which would not be germane to a amended version of the February 14th bill. So the measure that amendments speak to is the measure as drafted on February 14th. I'm not sure if I made that clearer or less clear, but that was the effort.
You made it abundantly clear, sir, and in fact, it is exactly the point of the Republican caucus. And that is, since not even 24 hours has been noticed since the release of the language of the bill, perhaps it would serve the public of the state of California better to postpone these proceedings over the weekend so that people have a chance to react to the proposed Duchesne amendments to the bill, so that what we are talking about is not amendments to something that is 6 months already out of date.
Senator Onestad, I want to accord you a measure of latitude on this point, but I think we have moved well beyond a point of parliamentary inquiry into a point of debate. But you have been, your comments have been heard, And if there are other amendments to be offered prior to hearing from Senator Duchesne, this would be the time. I am advised, Senator Runner, that there are a half-dozen sets of additional amendments, and I would ask if you are prepared to present them at this time. Senator Runner at his desk.
I think the confusion is, and again, I think we can work our way through this. The fact is we're just trying to get our arms around the fact that our amendments are actually on Senator Duchesne's RN. No, I believe they are drafted that way. Is that correct? So that's why we're a little confused trying to get our way through this. So maybe we're incorrect. Maybe we got this, but we're just trying to kind of.
Thank you. I am holding in my hand the amendments which by title indicate that these are 2009-10 third extraordinary session amendments to Assembly Bill number 14 as amended in Senate February 14th, 2009. That means that the amendments that we have been provided, as we understand it here at the desk, are to the February 14th version. If we allowed Senator Duchesne to amend the bill prior to hearing from you on your amendments, then a subsequently amended version would no longer be consistent with your amendments.
Apparently, as we're having the discussion, at least Ledge Council chose to draft it that way. We actually chose to, as we sent it to them, send it in a different fashion. So at this point, I guess the clarity of what we're about ready to do needs to be the issue. And as my understanding, that's what will take place now, is we will continue to do the amendments that are clearly in their intention to be amending Senator Duchesne's bill, and that will then get us to what it is that we believe the intention and the goal of our amendments are.
Mr. Runner, I think that we can manage this difficulty by simply affording you and your colleagues a little leeway when it comes to describing the amendments on the floor, with the understanding that as a technical matter and as drafted, that the amendments speak to the February 14th version. But I don't anticipate any objection from any of our colleagues if the conversation strays to other matters that might be in the Duchesne version that you've referenced. Would that be agreeable, sir?
That would be agreeable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have amendments at this point? Senator Runner, I understand that we have a half-dozen amendments on which you are titled and named as the author, but that there will be presentations by other members of the Republican caucus.
That's correct. And the desk has the names of those individuals.
Thank you. I believe Senator Benoit. Secretary Reed. And again, for members, if you would simply rise, I will recognize you and say, Senator Hancock at her desk.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do not have these amendments at the desk at which I'm sitting.
Thank you. One moment, please. Members, this is request number 0921694. These are by Senator Runner. Will the Secretary please read, and could we ask the desk staff to please distribute the amendments to the members at their desk? And again, thank you all for your patience. And Senator Benoit, if you'll wait just a moment.
There are amendments at the desk by Senator Runner, presented by Senator Benoit. Set number 1.
Senator Benoit, if you will just pause for a moment while the amendments are distributed.
I know that. I understand. You were right. Thank you, Mr. President, for so eloquently and clearly explaining where we're at. However, just in case there still remains any ambiguity, I'd like to advise my colleagues that I am about to propose an amendment to the bill that we believe will be presented by Senator Duchesne sometime today. I'm not exactly sure when, as soon as possible. And that these amendments then go to the contents of that bill, which will be the subject that we will be here today debating, in fact. And that bill, which I hold proudly in my hand, the 230-odd pages of that bill, is a very, very dramatic change in the way we're going to deal with criminal
criminals in our prisons over the next period of years if it should pass into law. And I kind of believe that public safety is like the #1 concern we should be concerned with in this body. So we're talking about a very major change to the most important issue that we all deal with on this floor. And I didn't get a chance to see this, by the way, until 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. And neither did any of my members of my caucus get a chance to see this until 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Ergo, Mr. President, some of the confusion that reigns this morning about what it is we're doing here and whether or not we should be doing this at all until I, my colleagues, and the people of California have had a chance to see what's here. And folks, they haven't. They haven't had that chance. In fact, I've been involved for a number of weeks in discussions with the administration, with Senator Runner and I, representing our caucus, on how we're going to deal with the key issue here, which is a reduction of the cost of our corrections department as a part of our dealing with the state budget. And I would submit to you that what we're planning on doing in this bill is the wrong way to go. And our purpose over the last several months has been to try to help work with the administration, work with the department, work with you, our colleagues in the legislature, to come up with a better way, a way that doesn't release thousands and thousands of serious offenders back into the community as the answer to our mismanagement of the state prison systems. And what I'd like to offer today by way of amendment to this bill is one of the many issues that we brought forward in those discussions, and that has to do with juvenile offenders and how they are handled in our prisons today in the state of California. Members, about 10 years ago, this body made significant changes in the way juvenile offenders were to be handled by the State Department of Corrections. And in large part, those changes were effective. They have reduced dramatically the population of juvenile offenders in our prisons. In fact, in 1999, there were 7,761 juvenile offenders in the custody of the Department of Corrections and the Juvenile Authority thereof. Today, there are 1,659 juvenile offenders in the custody of the state. That's a terrific step. We've reduced by 79% the number of juvenile offenders in this portion of our corrections department. Now, at the same time, we had 7 juvenile facilities at that time. Today, we have 7 juvenile facilities. At the time, we had a staff of 4,974 employees of the state of California handling 7,761 juveniles in 7 facilities. Today, we have 4,041 state employees handling 1,659 juveniles in those 7 facilities. So while we've had a 79% reduction in the number of people in custody in those facilities, we've had a 19% reduction in the staff at those facilities. We've taken the cost, thereby, of taking care of those juveniles from about $48,000 per juvenile in 1979 to $328,000 per juvenile in the juvenile facilities today. We should have closed a few of these facilities. We should have moved some of those employees. We didn't do that. The amendment I will propose says that we should, in fact, be closing juvenile facilities. This is one of several steps that we believe we should be taking to save money, as we need to do in the area of corrections, before we would think about the kinds of releases that are included in this package. It's a shame that we're doing this in such a hurry. It's a shame that the month that we've had since the budget, we did not debate these kinds of issues and these alternatives to the kinds of release that we're going to vote on today more openly, more effectively, and look at whether or not we could have done some of this and other things that we've proposed rather than the wholesale release early of many serious offenders that are going to occur if this other bill passes. I hope that you will all consider those options, consider whether we shouldn't take the time to review those options before we make this step. I move that we amend the bill to do just that.
Thank you, Senator Benoit. Debate or discussion on the amendments, members. Senator Oropeza.
Move to lay the amendments on the table.
Motion to lay on the table. Thank you, Senator Oropesa. Non-debatable, simple majority. Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested? No. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? No. Benoit? No. Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Aye. Cogdill? No. Corbett? Aye. Correa? Cox? No. Denham? No. DeSaulnier? Aye. Ducheney? Aye. Dutton? No. Flores? Aye. Hancock? Aye. Harmon? No. Hollingsworth? No. Huff? No. Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? No. Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero? Aye. Runner? No. Smidian? Aye. Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? No. Walters? No. Wiggins? Wolk? Aye. Wright? Aye. Wyland? No. Yee? Yee, aye.
Call the absent members.
Okay. Correa? Padilla? Aye. Wiggins? Aye. Mr. President, ayes 24, noes 15.
Ayes 24, noes 15. The amendments are tabled. Senator Walters, I believe you have request number 0921703. Amendments are being distributed in advance to the extent that the desk staff can. Thank you, members, for making the request. This is set number 2. Secretary will read.
There are amendments at the desk by Senator Runner, presented by Senator Walters, set number 2.
Senator Walters, please proceed.
Mr. President, members.
Senator Walters, one moment. I apologize. Members, again, if we could give our undivided attention to members presenting amendments. We have a contingent of guests in the gallery, including a group of scouts who I see are with us here today. We want them both to understand the importance of parliamentary procedure as well as a measure of civility in the proceedings. Senator Walters, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, in his May revise, the governor proposed the elimination of $440 million in rehabilitation programs, but the conference committee restored $265 million in rehabilitation funding. While cutting rehabilitation programs is distasteful, the alternative before us today are much more painful and pose immediate threats to public safety. Instead of cutting rehabilitation, AB 14 would authorize the release of prisoners before they complete their terms. These releases would be left to the discretion of the CDCR without judicial review. I am offering amendments to this bill that provide the CDCR may not implement early release programs unless and until they terminate or suspend rehabilitation programs. While rehabilitation programs are desirable, they have not materially reduced our almost 70% recidivism rate. In a time of economic triage, the immediate safety of the public must take precedent over well-intentioned but problematic rehabilitation programs because the top priority of the CDCR is to protect the public. I urge and I vote.
Debate or discussion? Debate or discussion, members? Senator Oropesa.
Move to lay the amendments on the table.
Motion to lay on the table, simple majority. No debate. Is there any objection to substituting the previous roll call? There is an objection. Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested? No. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? No. Benoit? Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Aye. Cogdill? No. Corbett? Aye. Correa? Cox? Denham? No. DeSaulnier? Aye. Ducheney? Aye. Dutton? No. Flores? Aye. Hancock? Aye. Harmon? No. Hollingsworth? Huff? No. Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? No. Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero? Aye. Runner? No. Smidian?
Aye.
Aye. Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? No. Walters? No. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Aye. Wright? Aye. Wyland? No. Yee? Yee, aye. Hollingsworth? No. Benoit? No. Cox? No. Mr. President, ayes 24, noes 15.
Ayes 24, noes 15. The amendments are tabled. Members, that takes us to the next set of amendments. Senator Runner, just to be clear, it's my understanding that set number 3 has been withdrawn, sir, and that we will be moving to set number 4, request number 0921691. And that will be presented by Senator Strickland at his desk. Senator Strickland. Secretary, please read.
There are amendments at the desk by Senator Runner, presented by Senator Strickland. Set number 4.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, under our system of government, the criminally accused are entitled to a lawyer and a jury trial. If a defendant is sentenced to prison, the offender may be released upon completing the sentence prescribed by law, or upon appeal of the conviction if it's reversed, or upon clemency or pardon by the governor. Both judicial appeals and clemency proceedings are transparent proceedings with records available to the public. This bill that would create a new bureaucracy release of procedure where an inmate could be released before completing his or her sentence without approval from the court or from the governor and without even notifying the public of criminal history of the offender who is being returned to the community of early release. I'm offering these amendments to AB 14, which would provide that the Department of Corrections exercise its own discretion to release an inmate before his or her sentence is completed. Both the press and the public must be informed of the offender's criminal history and county of residence at least 10 days before release. Members, this amendment strikes at the heart of the public's right to know of the prisoners that are being released in our communities. As said and stated before, the most essential role of government is public safety. If we don't feel safe in our homes, in our schools, in our streets, everything else we talk about here, we might as well not even talk about. I urge the members for public notice of your constituents that you vote aye on this amendment.
Debate or discussion? Senator Oropesa.
Move to lay the amendments on the table.
Motion to lay the amendments on the table. Non-debatable. Simple majority. Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested? No. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? No. Benoit? No. Calderon? Cedillo? Aye. Cogdill? No. Corbett? Aye. Correa? Cox? No. Denham? No. DeSaulnier? Aye. DeCheney? Dutton? No. Flores? Aye. Hancock? Aye. Harmon? No. Hollingsworth? No. Huff? No. Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Maldonado? No. Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero? Aye. Runner? No. Smidian?
Aye.
Aye. Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? No. Walters? No. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Aye. Wright? Aye. Wyland? No. Yee? Yee, aye. Lowenthal, aye. Ducheney, aye.
Call the absent members.
Calderon. Correa. Mr. President, ayes 23, noes 15.
Ayes 23, noes 15. The amendments are tabled. Senator Huff on amendment set number 5, RN, request number 0921699. Senator Huff, Secretary will read.
There are amendments at the desk by Senator Runner, presented by Senator Huff. Set number 5.
Thank you, Mr. President. AB 14, which, regardless of where we're addressing it, that's what we're addressing right now, grants extraordinary power to CDCR, usually reserved by law or the Constitution, to the governor or the courts. Under provisions of this bill, CDCR would be empowered to release inmates, complete their sentences on house arrest or community alternatives based in part on the department's ability to predict which offenders pose the least risk to the community. This is not a perfect process. We don't know which ones are going to recommit. If we were smart enough to figure that out, we'd have programs in place to help keep them from doing that. The process to be used by CDCR is not transparent. It does not require judicial review like the existing compassionate release program that's in place. I'm offering amendments to AB 14 that require CDCR to post records on a public website of all arrests or convictions of inmates released through the actions we take today. They're released under programs controlled by the department for 18 months. So to be clear, that any arrests or convictions would be posted on a publicly available website so we can follow what happens to these offenders when they go back out in the mainstream and they're not in custody. The action we take today is going to have huge impact. It will roll back decisions that have been made, legislative decisions, over decades. We can't just enact a release and forget program. We must have an ability to track and see if the actions we take today make sense or not, whether we have a higher recidivism rate or a less recidivism rate. People released earlier out committing horrific crimes, are they or are they not? This is one step to help make sure that what we do is reflective and that we have a monitoring program in place. So for all these reasons, I ask for your aye vote on these amendments.
Debate or discussion? Senator Oropesa.
Move to lay the amendments on the table.
Motion to lay on the table, non-debatable, simple majority. Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested? No. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? No. Benoit? Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Cogdill? No. Corbett? Aye. Correa? Cox? No. Denham? No. DeSaulnier? Aye. Ducheney? Dutton? No. Flores? Aye. Hancock? Aye. Harmon? No. Hollingsworth? No. Huff? No. Kehoe? Leno? Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? No. Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero? Aye. Runner? No. Semidian?
Aye.
Aye. Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? No. Walters? No. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Aye. Wright? Wyland? No. Yee.
Call the absent members.
Benoit? No. Cedillo? Aye. Correa? Ducheney? Aye. Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Wright? Aye. Yee. Yee, aye.
Ayes 24, noes 15. The amendments are tabled. That takes us to amendment set number 6, request number 0921702. Senator Runner, I believe you are presenting these yourself. Senator Runner.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Excuse me, Senator Runner, I apologize. Secretary, please read.
Assembly Bill 14 by Assemblymember Evans, There are amendments at the desk by Senator Runner. Set number 6.
Thank you, Senator Runner.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is probably one of the easiest to understand and simplest to change amendments to this particular bill. The fact is that within this bill, we set up a sentencing commission, strangely called a public safety commission, I think. And what it does is it basically takes away from the legislature, and we'll talk more about that, I'm sure, when we debate the whole bill, the ability and the authority to change laws unless the legislature wants to challenge proactively the report that comes out of the Sentencing Commission. Now, we'll talk through that, the problems there, but within this Sentencing Commission, one of the required people to fill a position on this is a felon on the Sentencing Commission. Now, I know that right away some are going to say, oh, yes, but it's ex officio. They don't get to vote. No, they get to be there and debate. They get to be there and talk about it, the issue of sentencing and the issues of what's happening to those who do crimes against Californians. Now, the interesting issue is you can minimize the position, I guess. But then you should be prepared to minimize the position that you've put on there for the victim's representative. Because you've given the felon the same level of position in looking at sentencing law as you've done victims. Now, as somebody called me about, they said, is this true or is this something that came out of Mad Magazine? And I have to say, no, it's true. That's what this does. So this bill simply fixes that. It simply says, hey, a felon cannot serve on the Sentencing Commission. I'd ask for your aye vote.
Debate or discussion? Senator Oropeza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay these amendments on the table.
Motion to lay on the table, non-debatable, simple majority. Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested? No. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? No. Benoit? No. Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Aye. Cogdill? No. Corbett? Aye. Correa? Cox? No. Denham? No. Dusanier? Aye. Ducheney? Aye. Dutton? No. Flores? Hancock? Aye. Harmon? No. Hollingsworth? No. Huff? No. Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Liu? Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? No. Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero? Aye. Runner? No. Semidian? Aye. Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? No. Walters? No. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Aye. Wright? Aye. Wyland? No. Yee? Yee, aye. Liu, aye. Kehoe, aye. Kehoe, you're aye. Mr. President, ayes 23, noes 15.
Ayes 23, noes 15. The amendments are tabled. Senator Harmon, I believe you have set number 7, request number 0921701. Secretary, please read.
Assembly Bill 14 by Assemblymember Evans. There are amendments at the desk by Senator Runner, presented by Senator Harmon. Set number 7.
Senator Harmon, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. We're here today because of the explosive growth in the cost of operating our prison system. And I want to tell you that the single greatest increase in expenditures in operating the prison system deals with inmate health care. Listen carefully, members. I want to give you some
facts and figures. First of all, back in 1999, 2000, the year 2000, the inmate health care was $675 million that we were spending here in California on inmate health care. And in just 8 short years, in 2008, that had increased to $2.9 billion, a 300% increase, roughly, a 300% increase in inmate health care. There's a 3-judge panel that is dealing with the health care that is being provided by the state. We're all sort of familiar with that. There has been an appeal filed in that case, and in one of the appellate documents filed by the administration, by the governor, he suggested that inmate health care should be limited to the amount, the average amount that we pay for Medi-Cal patients here in California. So let's look at the numbers. Currently, our medical cost for inmates is $14,000 a year. We're spending $14,000 a year per inmate on health care. Now let's compare that to a couple of other major states, somewhat approaching the size of California. New York spends $5,800, substantially less than our $14,000. Florida spends $4,300. Then we can look at the federal level. They're spending $4,400. So we are spending huge amounts more in medical health care for inmates than other states and than the federal government, and we're substantially spending more than the typical family or person that's receiving Medi-Cal benefits. Those benefits go to millions of families in California for the children, the aged, the blind, the disabled, and yet that cost is substantially less. It's about $5,670 a year. So this amendment that I'm proposing this morning amends AB 14 to say that the average health care per inmate should be no more than the Medi-Cal limit that we're currently spending on average citizens that I just enumerated a minute ago. Members, this amendment alone, just this amendment, if it were adopted, would save $2 billion out of our prison problems, financial problems. We're trying to save $1.2 billion. Here's $2 billion right here. Take it. It's there. It's easy. I ask for your aye vote.
Debate or discussion? Senator Oropeza.
Mr. President, I move to lay the amendments on the table.
Motion is to lay the amendments on the table. Non-debatable, simple majority. Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested? No. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Benoit? No. Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Aye. Cogdill? No. Corbett? Aye. Correa? Cox? No. Denham? No. DeSaulnier? Aye. Ducheney? Aye. Dutton? No. Flores? Hancock? Aye. Harmon? No. Hollingsworth? No. Huff? No. Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? No. Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero? Aye. Runner? No. Semidian? Aye. Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? No. Walters? No. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Aye. Wright? Aye. Wyland? No. Yee? Yee, aye. Padilla? Aye. Ashburn? No. Mr. President, ayes 23, noes 15.
Ayes 23, noes 15. The amendments are tabled. Senator Runner, I believe that completes the amendments submitted. It does. Senator Duchesne? Senator Duchesne, I believe you have a motion to adopt amendments, and that once we have voted on the motion to adopt amendments, there is a motion to suspend Senate Rule 29.3 so that we can then re-refer the bill to the Budget and Fiscal Review Committee. If you'd like to take one moment to confer with our desk staff. Senator Duchesne.
This is the real bill. This is the bill.
Members, if I could have your attention, please.
We are in Budget Committee, right?
We are in the third extraordinary session. My expectation, Senator Duchesne, is that you're about to offer a motion that we adopt amendments in the third extraordinary session. That if that measure is successful, that we will then hear from you a request to suspend Senate Rule 29.3 in order that we may then re-refer the bill to Budget and Fiscal Review Committee. At this moment, however, we remain in the third extraordinary session.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, these are...
Before you step forward, the Secretary will read, please. Thank you.
Assembly Bill 14 by Assemblymember Evans.
We have amendments by Senator Duchesne.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, members, these
an
are...
act relating to correctional facilities, making an appropriation therefore, and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately. Amendments by Senator Duchesne.
Senator Duchesne? Fire away. We have now dotted our I's and crossed our T's.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President, members, and I will save the full argument on these amendments until they are adopted. Suffice it to say that these will provide tools and ability for the Secretary of Corrections and the Department and the Administration to be able to be responsive, at least in part, to the demands of the court, the federal court, and give us the opportunity to change the way we are doing business, which clearly is not working in our correctional system at the moment, either for public safety or from the fiscal perspective. Ask that the amendments be adopted.
Debate or discussion, Senator Onestad.
Mr. President, members, since we are on a roll with 7 straight amendments laid on the table, let's make it number 8. I move to lay these amendments on the table.
Members, we have a motion to lay the amendments on the table. The motion is non-debatable. It requires a simple majority vote. Senator Onestad is asking for an aye vote. Senator Duchesne is asking for a no vote. Will the Secretary call the roll?
Onestad? Aye. Alquist? No. Ashburn? Aye. Benoit? Aye. Calderon? No. Cedillo? No. Cogdill? Aye. Corbett? No. Correa? Cox? No. Denham? Aye. Dusanier? No. Duchesne? No. Dutton? Aye. Flores? No. Hancock? No. Harmon? Aye. Hollingsworth? Aye. Huff? Aye. Kehoe? No. Leno? No. Liu? No. Lowenthal? Aye. No. Maldonado? Aye. Negrete McLeod? Oropesa? Negrete McLeod, no. Oropesa? No. Padilla? Pavley? No. Price? No. Romero? No. Runner? Aye. Smidian? No. Steinberg? No. Strickland? Aye. Walters? Aye. Wiggins? Aye. No. Okay. Wolk? No. Wright? No. Wyland? Aye. Yee? No. Cox? No to aye. Padilla? No.
Ayes 15, noes 24. The motion to lay on the table is defeated. Senator Duchesne, at your desk, Senator Duchesne. Without objection, the amendments are adopted. Senator Duchesne.
Move to waive Rule 29.5 and re-refer the bill to Budget Committee. 29.3.
Motion by Senator Duchesne to suspend Senate Rule 29.3. There is an objection to unanimous roll call. We will call the roll. Senator Duchesne is asking for an aye vote on the motion to suspend the rule.
Onnested? No. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Benoit? No. Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Cogdill? No. Corbett? Aye. Correa? Cox? No. Denham? No. DeSaulnier? Aye. Duchesne? Aye. Dutton? No. Flores? Aye. Hancock? Aye. Harmon? No. Hollingsworth? No. Huff? No. Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero? Aye. Runner? No. Smidian? Aye. Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? No. Walters? No. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Aye. Wright? Aye. Wyland? No. Yee? Yee, aye. Maldonado, no. Ashburn, no. Mr. President, ayes 23, noes 15.
Ayes 23, noes 15. The motion to suspend is passed. Senator Duchesne, be pleased to entertain a motion to re-refer the bill to the Budget and Fiscal Review Committee at this time, ma'am.
So moved.
We have a motion to re-refer the bill to the Budget and Fiscal Review Committee. Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested? No. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Benoit? Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Aye. Cogdill? No. Corbett? Correa? Cox? No. Denham? No. DeSaulnier? Aye. Duchesne? Aye. Dutton? Flores? Hancock? Aye. Harmon? Hollingsworth? Hollingsworth, no. Harmon, no. Huff? No. Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero? Aye. Runner? No. Smidian?
Aye.
Aye. Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? No. Walters? No. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Aye. Wright? Aye. Wyland? No. Yee? Yee, aye. Dutton? No. Maldonado, no. Ashburn, no. Corbett, aye. Cedillo, aye. Mr. President, ayes 23, noes 14.
Ayes 23, noes 14. The motion to re-refer the bill to the Budget and Fiscal Review Committee is approved. Members, at this time, the third extraordinary session will stand in recess and the Budget and Fiscal Review Committee will convene. Senator Duchesne.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, I would ask that the Budget Committee meeting, as it does in the entire body, pass the bill as amended and re-refer it to the floor.
Okay. Debate or discussion? Secretary, call the roll. Excuse me. One moment. Members, the motion is to approve the amended measure in the Budget and Fiscal Review Committee and if and when that measure is approved in the committee, it will then be referred to the floor for a separate vote. Let me confirm that with the Secretary of the Senate. Once.
We're going to do it with a card. They're not going to see it on the board.
Members, Members, the procedural matter is as follows. We are in committee, acting as a committee of the whole with 40 members of the Senate, acting as the Budget and Fiscal Review Committee. We are going to proceed to a vote, absent further debate and discussion. That roll call will not be posted on the board above because we are in committee and the roll call will be taken on a card. That card will be announced. If the measure has 21 votes from the Committee of the Whole, the measure will then be referred out of the Committee of the Whole to the floor for debate and discussion at that time. Without objection, we will proceed to a roll call. Senator Ashburn, forgive me.
Yes, Mr. President, for purposes of debating the measure that is before us, especially in light of the explanation just given, this is a committee of the whole, the Budget Committee, the entire Senate acting as the Budget Committee on perhaps the most significant measure to come before this legislature without question in my 12 and a half years in the legislature, because what is being asked of the members here is to approve changes in the way in which people who have committed dangerous, serious, violent crimes, the way in which they are going to be treated. And the effect of the approval of this measure will be undeniably to release these people into our neighborhoods and into our communities, and it will happen soon. And the budget savings upon which this is all predicated is doubtful at best. One of the amendments that was offered here that was without even so much as a thought laid on the table pointed out the fact that we have had a tremendous decrease in the number of juvenile offenders in the juvenile correction system, and yet no corresponding savings. And so why would anyone believe that if you let out 20,000 or 40,000 people from the state prison, you're similarly going to achieve a savings? It didn't happen with juvenile offenders, so why would the public believe that it will happen with adult offenders? More serious than that, I know, especially to my Democrat colleagues, how seriously you take, we all should take, the reductions to the budget that have occurred this year and last year and in prior budget votes in the reduction of social programs, in the reduction in health and welfare spending. Real people who receive benefits paid for by the taxpayers of our state. Those are tough budget votes. Those are real impacts in our community. And the reason I suspect that Democrats especially don't want to cut social programs or health and welfare spending programs is because it diminishes the quality of life of the recipient. Let me say that again. I believe that we resist reductions to the budget that affect social programs because it might diminish the quality of life to the people who receive the benefits of those services and those programs. Well, let me say this to you. There is nothing that will diminish the quality of life of the people of California more than to release a felon out of the state prison back into our communities, putting at risk the quality of life, in fact, the very life of the citizens of the people of California, and we must not go there. The number one, the premier, the overwhelming responsibility of government is to protect innocent lives from people who would endanger those lives, and you can't assure me, anyone who's even thinking about voting for this measure, you cannot assure me that lives will not be put at risk. You cannot assure me of that. And if I can't be assured of that, I'm not voting yes.
Further debate or discussion in the committee of the whole, members? And just a reminder, we can debate this issue in the committee, and eventually, if the measure is voted on by the committee of the whole and moves to the floor, it can be debated yet again. So I'm going to go to Senator Hollingsworth in the committee of the whole.
Mr. President, to that point, we are willing to forego the debate for a few moments, considering the procedures that are occurring on the floor today, but I want no one to mistake our decision to forego the debate at this opportunity in the committee as a whole, that not everyone to a person in our caucus feels the same passion against this measure that Senator Ashburn just expressed. But because of sort of the peculiarities of process that have come about this year of having a committee on the whole, we are willing to make that debate known in a few moments when this is brought back to the floor.
Duly noted, Senator Hollingsworth. Thank you. Let me ask if there is further debate or discussion in the committee of the whole, and if not, let me ask if Senator Duchesne would like to close briefly before we go back to the regular floor session.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, I do appreciate the discussion, but I do think it is better held in a full debate on the floor. Ask that this bill be referred to the floor. Ask for your aye vote.
We have a motion from Senator Duchesne asking for an aye vote. Secretary, call the roll. Members, this is a committee of the whole roll call vote. The Secretary of the Senate will take the roll call by card, and we will then announce the vote of the committee of the whole. Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested? No. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? No. Benoit? No. Calderon? Cedillo? Aye. Cogdill? No. Corbett? Aye. Correa? No. Cox? No. Denham? No. DeSaulnier? Aye. Duchesne? Aye. Dutton? No. Flores? Aye. Hancock? Aye. Harmon? No. Hollingsworth? No. Huff? No. Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? No. Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero? Aye. Runner? No. Smidian?
Aye.
Aye. Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? No. Walters? No. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Aye. Okay. Wright? Aye. Wyland? No. Yee. Yee, aye.
One moment, please, while we ask the Secretary of the Senate.
22.
Ayes 22, noes 15. The measure is approved in the Committee of the Whole. Members, at this time, the Budget and Fiscal Review Committee is adjourned and the third extraordinary session will reconvene. Senator Duchesne, you may proceed in the third extraordinary session. And we will ask the Secretary to read, please.
Assembly Bill 14 by Assemblymember Arambula, an act relating to corrections.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. As Senator Ashburn pointed out, this is, in fact, very significant
Senator
policy.
Duchesne, one moment, please. I apologize. We want to get clear what the measure before the body is and who the author of record is. I apologize for the interruption. All right. Thank you very much. Please proceed. I apologize for the interruption.
Thank you very much. As I said, members, and I will ask a little bit of indulgence to walk through because it is a significant bill and it is some major discussion. But let me put aside a few images that have come out of the earlier procedural discussions. There is not much here, members, that has not been through a variety of policy committees in this House and in the other House over the last several years. What is awkward, and I think as Senator Hollingsworth pointed out, procedurally we're in an odd place, but about half of the large stack of amendments before you has to do with the Public Safety Commission and the fact that in order to give that commission jurisdiction to review, not to lower necessarily, increase necessarily, whatever, to review, as we do in the constitutional law revision commissions, as we do in all sorts of other law review commissions, to give the proposed Public Safety Commission the ability to review those statutes, you must actually reprint each statute and put a little line in it that says, and they can look at this. That is about half of the size of what we are looking at. So let's get to the elements, most of which, many of the base of this were the things discussed that came out of Subcommittee 4 last year, that have been in bills on this floor over the last year in a variety of forms, last October, last December. A large piece of this has to do with that. Two components of it were policy bills, one that I carried and one that Senator Leno and Senator Benoit have carried that have been both moved off of this floor, whose content is now incorporated into this bill. I would argue that this has been debated. We have all known for some long period of time now the highest cost item, the biggest expenditure increases in the state budget over the last several years have been the cost of prisons. Certainly, Senator Harman's point about the medical care is valid, and as soon as you convince the court, we're with you. But right now, we are under a receiver and a federal court who are not allowing us to do some of the things that probably would create some of that savings in health care. And certainly health care has been an enormous piece of the driver behind that increase in costs. Certainly, we can reuse facilities. Senator Benoit points out in Department of Juvenile Justice, in addition to sort of the long-range reduction, it's really a bill that we all passed a couple of years ago that realigned juveniles to counties, much as is proposed to do in some fashion in this bill. In fact, that's starting to work. We're using the savings from DJJ to pay counties to ensure that communities are dealing better with our children and finding ways to keep those juveniles from going into the system. What that results in, members, and part of the problem with the cost that Senator Benoit points out, is that the hardest core of the hardest core are the ones that remain in the state facilities. And they do require a much higher staff ratio to be safe. They require a much higher staff ratio to deal with medical and mental health and substance abuse and all sorts of issues. But we are keeping the hardest core of the hardest core, and we have had to increase our staffing ratio to do that. So all of those things are component, and if we all know last week in Chino, we saw what can happen with the results of the vast overcrowding. And 3 weeks ago, while we were on our brief break, the court said, and we will, if you do not, find ways to sensibly and in ways that are acceptable to the court, start to reduce that prison population in some rational way. You know, the court is suggesting that we ought to release over 44,000 prisoners and straight up. And I do think the fears that Senator Runner and Senator Ashburn, some of you expressed, probably would happen if we allow the court to do this job for us. But members, it's our responsibility to figure out, you know, what is the policy of the state, how are we treating public safety, and how are we going to get better results? Because members, we all know the results we've been getting are not good. Not only are they costly, but we are not getting better results in crime. And unfortunately, and I think, you know, Senator Walters talks about the cost of rehabilitation, but the truth is, we know in most cases, and the reason I think that the committee, the Budget Committee in earlier discussions this year did not reduce the rehabilitation more, was because all of the data and evidence we have anywhere says if people complete programs, they're less likely to be returned to prison. That if they are, in fact, do get a high school diploma, if they do get a GED, if they do get vocationally trained, if they participate in the apprenticeship program at Folsom, they are much more likely to remain out of that prison in the future, saving us all those several hundreds of thousands of dollars that we've been talking about. So the question here, members, is the policy of the state today is not working. We know, and we've known for 3 years, we've been talking about this in budget and in policy and everywhere, that more than 20,000 and sometimes a much higher percentage of the people who are in the state prison today are there for parole violations, not for commissions of new crimes. And so the question, members, what does that mean? Well, parole violation, and I figured this out the other day, I don't know if Senator Harman was there. There aren't very many of us who were ever criminal lawyers left around here. But the truth is, a lot of those folks, what happens to them is you get, you know, you sent back for 4 months. You spend a couple of months in county custody waiting to be sent to a parole board hearing. You spend a few months waiting for your Valdivia waiver. You get dropped into the reception center, and 4 months later you're back out on the street having done nothing except sort of cycle through the system. That's the way the parole violation system works today. Those are some of the most costly people in the system because they take all of our time to figure out who they are, to put them somewhere, and we are not designed, our prison system is not designed to handle people who are put in custody for less than a year. That's what county jails, probation systems, and counties are designed to do. So let's start talking about what's the reality of our system. And the things that this bill does are threefold. One is deal primarily with this parole issue. So the two bills that I talked about, parole reentry courts, giving judges the same kind of powers that have worked so effectively for us in drug courts and in mental health courts throughout this state, to give parole a way to say certain types of violators, certain types of violations, people with mental health and drug abuse problems can be sent to a court for oversight with a team, with a parole officer, the way that we do drug courts now. That we will set up 10 courts like that throughout the state. We are using federal dollars to jumpstart that program because in the long run, if the courts can get control, if they can use community resources and maintain the prescriptions that keep their mental health issues inclined, if they can be kept in their families, that's all positive to the system and there will be savings. So that's one piece, parole reentry courts. Number two, the Benoit-Leno proposal for felony probation. Almost all felons in prison are people who are former probationers in one form or another. These are recommendations that have come out of the expert panel commissions, Little Hoover, every sentencing, every body who has looked at our prison system over the last several years, the LAO, all of these proposals have come out of those kinds of discussions. That one says, counties, we're going to give you extra money, just as we did to lower the juvenile population and said to counties, if you can figure out how to better serve your juvenile delinquents in your county, we will give you additional resources from the savings we get by not sending them to those very expensive DJJ facilities that Senator Benoit talked about. So this proposal says for adult felony probationers. We will provide to the counties, and there is $45 million in federal stimulus funds allocated for this purpose to start the program. The counties, we're going to give you extra money to do the probationary services that will help keep these people from going to prison. So I would argue this is not so much about release, as folks have talked. This is about trying to stop people from becoming those recidivist prisoners that are costing us so much money as a society and in a state budgetary sense. So that's one, and that one will be ultimately funded by the savings, because counties will be asked for performance-based measurements on how many people are you managing to keep from reoffending and from being felons that are sent directly to state prison. The piece that people talk about is, and I think we've heard this term over and over again, I will argue that it is not in the bill anywhere. This is not about early release. It is called alternative custody, and it is no different than the authority that this body has given to sheriffs now for several years. County sheriffs have the authority under current law to do what is called alternative custody. Because I don't know about your counties, my county's been working under a court-ordered cap in the prisons, in the jails, since I can remember, since I became a lawyer in 1979, I think. You know, a lot of us have overcrowding issues in local jails. And sheriffs have been given authority to figure out alternative custody methods, including house arrest, including GPS. Senator Runner, big GPS fan. You know, we have done that for counties. And now we would like the opportunity, and the Secretary has asked for the authority, the Secretary of Corrections has asked for the authority for him to be able to have that same kind of discretion that sheriffs have at the county level. And this bill circumscribes that authority much more so than what the sheriffs have actually, and limits the population to whom with whom the Secretary can exercise that discretion. It limits it to elderly, permanently disabled, and folks who are low risk and have less than 12 months to serve. So over the last 3 or 4 years, one of the other positive things we've done is that prisons have finally come up with a risk assessment tool. It is being used today. It is something that has been validated. You know, there is a lot of that going on. It goes back to a bill that some of you voted for that I carried a few years ago on intermediate sanctions to start to address this question of how to deal with parole violators, especially those who are technical violators, not folks who have committed new crimes. So on alternative custody, does allow for him to do that. They would still be in state custody. I know some of the counties have been nervous. We would still be responsible. However we can do it, if we can work out for the federal government to pay portions of their health care, you know, more power to us if we can get Medicare or Medi-Cal to help. But the truth is, they will be in state custody during that period of time. They will not just be on parole. They will be subject to all of the requirements, the immediate search and seizure, the unwarrantless entry to their homes, all of the things that would happen to you if you're in regular physical custody in a state prison facility. The next piece is credits. We all know, you know, since determinate sentencing came in, we don't have as many tools to help people behave better or worse, you know, to take credits away, to improve credits. This would give some discretion to the department to be able to enhance credits if people complete those things that we know will help with the recidivism rate. If you complete your GED, if you complete the vocational program, if you complete some other, you know, those kinds of programs, substance abuse programs, that in fact the prison can have the authority to offer you additional good time credits for that good behavior that we know statistically is less likely to result in you returning to prison. Additionally, it does some day for day that are pretty technical. Those bills have been on the floor before. So I'd argue not much of this is news, members. Then you get to the sentencing part, which I know has been some of the most troublesome for many people. Most of the sentencing changes here, or those which we talked about last year and in December and several times this year, moving the property crimes thresholds up because they had not been changed, members, since 1982. So, you know, the $100, $200 things that could become felonies, we move those. And we move the threshold up so that at a higher threshold of dollar amount, it's still a misdemeanor. So that's the major piece here. The governor had asked, if you will recall, in January, to make 73 different crimes no longer wobblers. What this bill does is not that. It does 3. Petty theft with a prior, receiving stolen property, and check kiting would become misdemeanors. That means, misdemeanor means, you could do up to 1 year in jail. It means it doesn't change priors, it doesn't change enhancements, it doesn't change anything to do with violent or serious felons, it doesn't do any of those things, but it does make some people misdemeanors. And then you have these threshold changes. So, I mean, that's the essence of the sentencing. And then the one key piece that I know has raised a lot of concern is the Sentencing Commission. So all of those would be subject to change if the if the Public Safety Commission, as it's called, were to reviewing all of the different statutes and all of the different ways of doing things, as many other states, who was it, Senator Strickland, one of you talked about the other states. Many other states have done sentencing commissions and found they have better public safety. They have much better control over their prison population because they have a better sense for what they're doing. All of those things, our laws have not been seriously reviewed. It's difficult for us members, just as our Tax Reform Commission is reviewing all of the tax, just as the Law Revision Commission all the time looks at our mobile home laws and a whole variety of different things. This is a commission that would be assigned, and most of the members of it, again, would be public safety officials, a district attorney, a sheriff, a police chief, 3 judges, 2 criminal justice academics, a legal scholar, all of them to review all of this. And it doesn't say lower all the sentences, let everybody out. It says review them. Make recommendations, suggest rules and regulations, and when those come out, by a majority vote of the legislature, any of those suggestions that they make can be rejected. So there are plenty of protections in this bill, and I would argue, members, continuing to do things the way they are, not changing the status quo, that is not acceptable at this point to the court. It's not acceptable to the safety of our public safety officers, including especially our prison guards. It will lower the parole caseload so people can actually focus on those high-risk offenders that everybody's concerned about by banking the caseload of the lower-risk offenders based on a real assessment of who they are and what the likelihood is of their reoffending. The Secretary is asking for some of the discretion that's been given to others. We are looking at best practices, things that the expert panels have recommended for years, all of these things. It is a major change, and it is all lumped into one bill, which makes it harder for people to digest. But the truth is, all of these have been around, and it is time, members, for us to take a step forward in public safety. Secretary Cate has argued with many of us that he believes this is a positive step in public safety. He will have the discretion to do some of these things. We don't need to ask the pro tem and people to sign off. The Secretary of Corrections is the person who will be responsible. There is accountability in that. We know exactly what we're doing, who's accountable, and giving them an opportunity to try to manage this prison system in a way that will allow the state to move forward and invest the money that's necessary in the long run in child welfare, in foster care, in those programs that Senator Ashburn talked about that are necessary to keep people out of prisons in the future. If we do not change the ratio of the dollars we're spending in prisons to support 170,000 people so that that is no longer more than what we're spending to educate 3 million college students, we are never going to get out of this economic mess. Ask for your aye vote.
Debate or discussion, members? Debate or discussion? Senator Hollingsworth.
Mr. President, Senators, the first, foremost, primary, and most important role of government is the protection of the public's safety. It is the protection of people from very, very bad people who would take their life, brutally assault them, take their property, and otherwise commit crimes against them. That is our first and foremost responsibility in this legislature, in this state government. And what we have today that is being characterized as a problem with prison populations is just not correct. And what we have today that is further being characterized as a problem with our criminal justice system is absolutely not correct. And I and my colleagues could not disagree more vehemently. What we have today, and I will explain this in detail, is we have the failure with this measure to take on increasing costs of an agency, a bureaucracy that have been foisted on it by the courts and by inefficiencies and lack of attention. But it is not because of an increase in prisoner population. We do not have that problem. Since 1999, the prison population was 162,000 prisoners. Today, with 5 million more Californians, the population is 162,000 prisoners, but we are spending billions more on that system. That is a financial management problem, not a prison population problem. Your remedy is to let bad people go and take away people's liberty, life, and their property. You are saying with this measure that we need to change the criminal justice system because it's not working. Let me be very clear. In 1993, we had almost 400,000 cases of violent crime every year in this state, with a whole lot less people. And what did we have passed since then? Because of this body in the 1980s and the early 1990s refusing to act on skyrocketing cases of violent crime, the people took in their own hands and passed 3 strikes, determinate sentencing, truth in sentencing law, 10-20 life. They took criminal justice into their own hands, and what happened? In 1994, it started dropping, and what was it last year? Less than 200,000 cases. Less than 200,000 cases of violent crime, with the same number of prisoners and many millions more Californians. Almost cut in half. So tell me that that is a criminal justice system that is not working. That's a prison system that needs adjustment, not a criminal justice system. And you cannot say you are not making tremendous changes to that when you're talking about changing those criminal laws in order to let people out early, in order to change what is a felony to a misdemeanor, in order to change vehicle theft to it's okay to take it, it's only a misdemeanor if it's worth less than $2,500, and to give good time credits for doing nothing but showing up in your cell. This is an exploitation of a fiscal problem for an agenda that you have wanted to do, but the people have taken away from you time and time again at the ballot box, because they have the power of initiative. So today, we have put on the table many proposals that would save much more than the $1.2 billion. Throughout this process, we have proposed changes that would not let people go, that would not change our criminal justice system, that would put savings back into the system. They have not been incorporated in this proposal. Today, we attempted to amend what is before us, a terrible proposal, and you rejected every one of those amendments. Tell me, if this is a fiscal crisis and the resolution of a fiscal crisis, why is there a sentencing commission in there that takes the legislative authority duly granted to an elected body by the people and gives it to something extra governmental, something completely outside of the power of the people to change, and then winks and says, you know what, we can reject those recommendations if we want to, but if they choose to lower the type of sentences that have made this state safer than it has been since the 1950s, those will have the force of law, without one elected member of the legislature ever voting to change that sentence. And then you have the gall to put a felon on there to advise people. I wonder what they're going to recommend. This is the exploitation of a fiscal problem in order to achieve a liberal agenda that the people have taken away from you. You have rejected real savings that Republicans have offered in order to accomplish that exploitation, and it should be rejected.
Further debate or discussion? Senator Strickland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I not only rise today as a state senator, but I rise today as a concerned father of 2 young children. I have a little girl, Ruby, who's going to turn 4 in October, and a boy we call Tiny Tony. He's going to turn 2 on Labor Day. And I will tell you, I've always believed the most essential role of why we're here and the most essential role of government is public safety. If we don't feel safe in our schools, out on the streets, in our place of business, again, everything else we talk about here, we might as well not even talk about. Members, if this bill becomes law, the people of California will be less safe, pure and simple. Early release is not an option in terms of saving money. I know Senator Ducheney mentioned alternative custody and said sheriffs have this authority in many of these provisions, but the difference is the sheriff is elected by the people of their county. There's accountability when you talk about a sheriff. If the people of the county don't like what the sheriff has done in terms of release, then the people will rise up and vote that sheriff out. You want to put into an unelected body in terms of early release. And members, I also like to point out, it only takes one. Of all these prisoners are going to be released, it only takes one. Who will be the victim of that one? Some have said 20,000, some have said 47,000. If any one of these prisoners that are released go out and commit a violent crime, steal property, it'll be all on the people who voted aye on this. And it only takes one, and one's too many. Some have mentioned nonviolent crimes. Well, let's just look at some of the list. I mean, I'll just mention one. Human trafficking on this list is a nonviolent crime. I urge the public, the press, people in the media, to look at the list of those nonviolent criminals that you want to release out on the street. Members, as a concerned father of 2, on behalf of my kids, Ruby and Tiny Tony, hopefully on behalf of your kids, and on behalf of the constituents of the state of California and the people of the state of California, I urge a no vote, because if this bill passes, people will be less safe.
Senator Runner.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, the challenge that we have in this debate is that we're dealing with this almost 250 pages. And I appreciated some of the thoughts that were brought out about this 250 pages. There are some thoughts in there that we're okay with. There are. The problem is that there are numerous that are very problematic for us, and we think also for Californians. Now, let me also say, we've also said this is not about whether or not we should save money in corrections. We believe we should. We believe you can get to the $1.2 billion without having to enact some of this terrible policy. Now, let me also point out that as you talk about who's in favor of this, I don't believe you can put one law enforcement agency on that list. Not one. Not one law enforcement agency has said, this is okay. We can live with this. That should be a problem for you. They are the individuals who are paid, who are the experts. They know they don't want the results of this bill entering into their communities. The other issue we talked a little bit was overcrowding. Now let's make it clear. You know, I wish somehow we could kind of see our way through this. A goal of 100% capacity in California state prisons means that every inmate has a private room. My constituents don't want those folks to have a private room. They think it's okay for them to bunk up. Now, we shouldn't have them in hallways. We shouldn't have them in classrooms. And we've passed legislation to fix that with AB 900. So we're going to fix that part. But you know what? You all probably had kids that shared rooms. But sharing rooms isn't good enough, I guess. When it comes to the issue of California felons, we want them in private suites. That's what it is that we reject in terms of the overcrowding. And Chino was brought up. Well, Corrections has told me the Chino riot had nothing to do with overcrowding. It was a result of some policies that have gone into place in regards to the issue of racial issues. And in fact, those who rioted are the same level 1 inmates that you all want to put into the neighborhoods. So I would be careful to use Chino as your poster child for what the problems are being solved. In addition, I've heard some other issues in regards to that this does not touch 3 strikes. It does touch 3 strikes. It takes a series of crimes that would be able to be used as a 3rd strike and removes them. It changes them. There are those who would have been violent individuals doing violence against people who would have been able to be charged with a 3rd strike that will not be able to be. Now, let me tell you, the people have been presented that before, and they've rejected it every time. Let me just touch on a couple of other things I think we need to kind of think through. First of all, let's just use an example, car theft. Car theft. You know what this does? This gives you permission. Of course, if you only want to be charged with a misdemeanor, what you want to do is you want to steal a car that's worth $2,500 or less, because that's only a misdemeanor. Not only that, but you can steal one of those cars one time every 6 months probably, and it'd still be a misdemeanor. You just don't want to get that $3,000 car, because then you may be able to be charged as a felony. Is there something wrong with that logic? Does anybody see that as empty-headed in regards to why we believe that? The other issue is, good time credit. I appreciate the fact that somehow it was described that somehow this was to be able to create programs for people to earn good time credit. Well, let me read the bill. Let me read their bill on where it says, for every 6 months, a prisoner shall be awarded credit reductions for his or her term of confinement of 6 months. Automatic. In fact, let me read you the line that's crossed out. It says, full-time performance in a credit qualifying program as directed by the director. That's what's crossed out. This is good time credit for breathing, for just showing up. You're going to get a sentence reduction. To me, this is the early release portion. This is about early release. This is about just showing up, taking your meals, not doing anything wrong, not getting in trouble, and you've got a sentence reduction. You don't have to do anything. So I'm not sure when we talked about programs and all these things that they have to participate in, it's not in the bill. It's not what it says. Let me just talk a minute about the commission. First of all, this is why this bill should be referred to Public Safety Committee. This is a bill that clearly, in this policy issue, has had no debate in this particular language. And in fact, in the past we've had it. The bill has either failed, went to the other house and failed, but we have put it into this bill, which was part of the $1.2 billion. Of course, then, as Senator Hollingsworth had, actually cost money. So it has nothing to do with the reduction. It has to do with a philosophy and a policy. Now, the other issue is it was described that somehow this was a group that would make a recommendation to the legislature. Well, let me read what it does. It says, first of all, we talked about who's on it, and of course the outrageousness of having a felon. But here's the issue. They get together, and their responsibility is to present to the legislature, okay? The commission is to promulgate and present to the legislature an initial set of sentencing and parole rules. Okay? Now, I don't say anything about the fact that it's a recommendation and then the legislature gets to review that. That's not what it is. They present the rules to the legislature. Now, here's what happens. The legislature has until January 1st of that next year, that basically 6 months, to go ahead and decide if it wants to take up those recommendations, or those rules, I should say. If the legislature doesn't take up those rules become the force of law. Now, let's talk a little how that works. Let's think about these dates. You all know these dates. June 1st, okay? June 1st is past all of our deadlines, right? So that means that if somebody wants to introduce a bill, let's say Senator Weiland doesn't like this stuff, and he wants to introduce a bill to stop this, that bill has missed all the deadlines. That bill will require rule waivers. So what's Mr. Weiland have to do? He has to put an urgency in it. What's an urgency mean? 2/3. Basically, the legislature has to take on its own and then reject by a 2/3 vote these lists of rules that have come out of this commission. That is absolutely outrageous. That is where legislators are just giving away to a group of unelected, unaccountable individuals our greatest responsibility that we're elected for, and that's to keep our public safe. And we are giving it away. And we are structuring it in such a way that it even makes it even harder for this legislature to step back in and try to change it. Final thing I think that you all need to know, and I think that Senator Hollingsworth said that the people have spoken out. This is the legislature taking away what people have called for. I got news for you. I do believe the people are going to have the final say. This is so over-the-top assault on public safety of the citizens of California that I can guarantee you there will be a referendum. And you can just decide whether you think that referendum should be better in June or November. Because the people are not going to let this happen to them. I'd ask for a no vote.
Further debate and discussion. Senator Denham.
Mr. President, members, lots been talked about this commission and all the things that it may or may not do, how it's going to have better rates and better control than other states. Well, let me just compare our commission, our proposed commission, to what other states would do. In other states, many of them are in states with indeterminate sentencing and with part-time legislatures. Delaware, New Mexico, North Carolina, Oregon, Virginia, and Washington states with part-time legislatures do have determinate sentencing, but the legislature is required to approve the recommendations of the commission. Only in Minnesota, a state that also has a part-time legislature, do the guidelines become effective unless the legislature rejects the guidelines. So we would be basically putting ourselves in the same situation as Minnesota, only a little bit worse when you look at the two-thirds, a lot worse when you look at the two-thirds vote that it would take to reject this. Minnesota does have determinate sentencing. Ohio is the only state with a full-time legislature and determinate sentencing with a sentencing commission. The legislature must approve the commission's recommendations in Ohio. A sentencing commission makes some sense in states with indeterminate sentencing or a part-time legislature because someone has to provide judges with guidelines on how to apply sentences. In contrast, in states with a full-time legislature and determinate sentencing, the legislature can and should make the fundamental policy decisions regarding criminal sentences. Now, there are some that have already said that they believe that this will make better rates, better control. Well, right now, California in incarceration rates, we're right in the middle of the pack with the rest of compared to the rest of the states in the nation. Minnesota's 49th. You pass this legislation, we will be below Minnesota. I want to just briefly go through, and I will try to be brief, go through some of this bill. You know, I was surprised when we got it about 5:30 last night, but I knew that not everybody would have the chance to go through this bill. So I did. I stayed up late. I went through every area of this, and it's amazing to find out that the crimes that are put into this bill, and I think that that is significant, the crimes that are put into this bill for review by the Commission are things such as on page 19, dealing with drug dealers. Again on page 25, page 36, drug manufacturing. Page 48, banking and fraud, which has cost the people their retirements. Page 53, manslaughter. Page 56, kidnapping. Page 57, I know a favorite of former colleague Don Parada, carjacking. We ought to look into that. You know, I don't need a commission to tell me that these different crimes need to be changed. You know, there's no other state in the nation that their commission's looking at slavery. But yet on page 60, it's here. 61, assault on police officers. Page 70, sexual battery, rape. Again, dealing with slavery, again, page 80. Acts against children, page 83. We have fought, many of us, Republican and Democrat alike, to make a safer place for our kids, and yet we're going to have a commission take a look at these crimes against children. Page 96, abuses against the elderly. Page 98, dealing with elderly in homes and how they're cared for. Page 99, I know there are many members on this floor that have fought for the Lanterman Act. But yet on page 99, this commission is going to look at where the victim at the time is incapable because of mental disorder or development or physically disabilities of giving legal consent. We're asking the commission to take a look at the Lanterman Act. Child porn, page 107. Elderly abuse, page 118. Under circumstances or conditions likely to produce great bodily harm or death, willfully causes or permits any elder or dependent adult to suffer or inflicts thereon unjustifiable physical pain or mental suffering. Embezzlement from the elderly. Arson. You know, many of our districts around the state have seen arson devastate communities. The cost, the lives that have been lost, the homes that have been lost. Yet, a commission on page 123, 124, and 125 is being asked to look at the arson crimes. Page 127, burglary in the first and second degree. And one thing that I have fought for on page 206, the crime sexually violent predators. This is the worst of the worst. For us to ask a commission to take a look at sexually violent predators, then to ask the commission to bring those recommendations here for this body to reject, on a 2/3 vote to reject them, I think is unconscionable. The state is set up to fail under this proposal right here. We've seen cuts to law enforcement. We've seen costs change to our local communities. And now at a time when law enforcement is suffering the worst, trying to keep civility on our streets, we're going to put ourselves behind the other 49 states and the accomplishments we have made over the last several decades. We will put California at risk. We will see mayhem on the streets. This is unconscionable. I would ask for a no vote.
Further debate or discussion? Senator Romero?
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Members, this debate is not new. For some 30 years, 3 decades, we have heard calls for substantive prison reform and sentencing reform. Let's just take a short walk down memory lane. 1979, 30 years ago, then Justice Gardner of the California Court of Appeals opined that our penal system, our penal code is Byzantine, in need of reform. 1990, 19 years ago, a California Blue Ribbon Commission, yes, how many Blue Ribbon Commissions have we had? Have we shelved? Have we ignored? It's time to take them out again. But that one was initiated by then Senator Bob Presley, who later became Secretary of Corrections, hardly soft on crime. he opined that we needed a sentencing commission to review sensible approaches to sound public policy in the world of criminal justice. Flash forward, 2007, a little Hoover Commission reported and called for significant, substantive, smart reforms in our prison review system. Members, there are many issues in this bill, but one of them that has been constant and recurring over and over is the call for us finally to not succumb to fear and to finally stand up and to call for something that is smart on crime. The Public Safety Commission, in various forms, has passed this body. It has passed the body of the Assembly. We're back here again today. The Sentencing Commission, the Public Safety Commission, nonpartisan. I have participated in national meetings where I have met other members of other state sentencing commissions. They are Republican and Democrats. They are citizens and they are law enforcement. And they wonder why we in California continue to succumb to the fear. A sound public safety commission, such as what's been drafted in this bill, it's not just about sentencing, it's also about population projections. Because we know, and when I was the chair of the subcommittee that oversaw the prison budget, we often saw corrections pull numbers out of a hat. We couldn't project how many beds do we need to build and how many might we release. This is a sound way to do public policy. It enables us to begin to smartly plan and to project for population increases or decreases. This is not about abdicating our responsibility. In fact, I think it's about finally assuming responsibility. And the recommendations that are made are always brought back to the legislature for a final vote. And it does not preclude, let me reinforce that any one of us may, in response to these recommendations, initiate our own measures for various types of sentences. Finally, members, let me say that this is personal. I've heard some of you stand up and talk about the most important priority, to protect the public. I've heard about the fear of potential victims. Well, let me tell you, members, I stand not just as a senator, but as somebody who's survived, not a victim of, but who's survived a violent crime. 1995. And there are some things that all of us have heard in our life. There's some things you never forget. Let me tell you how that attack began. Give me all your money or I will blow your brains out, bitch. There's some things you never forget. 1995, 14 years ago next month. I can remember it as though it were last week. Don't tell me, when I stand up and call for reforms in our prison system, that I am soft on crime. And yes, Mr. Strickland, although you've left the floor, come back, I call you. You're so concerned about children, so am I. Because the person who witnessed that attack was my daughter, then 9 years old. And for the next several months, I took her to a psychologist because she had recurring nightmares and bedwetting and felt responsible that she couldn't prevent an attack on her mother. I stand here as somebody who wants to see sensible sentencing that can protect us all. Because what we had in 1995, what we had 30 years ago, and certainly what we have today is not protecting women like me and the 400,000 others that Senator Hollingsworth, who has left the floor, or my daughter. So this is about trying to say, yeah, let's put a face on this. This is about protecting the public. And I am one. And my daughter was one. And you know what? He was on parole too. So I call for us today to not succumb to the fear. Fear immobilizes us. Fear enables us to create the Willie Hortons. This is not about a Willie Horton. This is about real people, just like me, and the statistics that we cite today that understand that we have a broken prison system, and we can either succumb to the fear and label ourselves, or we can rise to the challenge and have the courage to do what for 30 years justices and other commissions have called us to do. I am very proud that we have a Secretary of Corrections today who was the Inspector General for the state of California, Matt Cate, hardly soft on crime, who understands if we continue down our broken system, we will unfortunately continue to slash our schools and slash our domestic violence shelters and slash providing health care to children to only overstuff and overpopulate an already broken system. So members, I ask us today, don't succumb to the fear. Rise with courage to the challenge. We have a system that's broken. Either we do it or the courts will do it. And they will do it to us because fear immobilized us. As somebody who had to fight for my life 14 years ago, I stand here today and ask you to fight for the lives of others as well who understand that we have got to make a change. Otherwise, 30 years from now, we're going to be having this same debate. And although my daughter's not here, I'm sure she would, on behalf of what she has experienced, ask for a sound and sensible public safety policy in California. I respectfully ask for an aye vote to be smart on crime.
Senator Cogdill.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I rise in strong opposition to this bill. It's certainly not a secret to any of you or anyone in this state that we're going through a real deep recession in this country, one like we haven't seen for generations, one which will inevitably and probably already has caused a lot of people to do a lot of desperate things that they wouldn't ordinarily do. That's typically what happens when you have an economy that is in the kind of condition that ours is, and where you have unemployment rates as high as we're seeing now. And all of that is to say that it's even more imperative now that we, with the limited resources that we have because, again, of this economy and a system in this state that, in the opinion of many of us, doesn't promote a strong business climate and prevent or create jobs in general, but nonetheless, because we have this situation and it's impacting the revenue generation of this state, we've had to make some very serious decisions relating to how we spend the people's money. And for me and for many in this room, I know it's always been about prioritization. What's the most important thing or things that we have to protect with the limited amount of money we have? And I think everybody here would agree that number one among those things has to be public safety. We have to do everything we can. It's our responsibility, our obligation to make sure that we protect the people of this state to the greatest of our ability, given the resources that we have. We have today, in our arguments against this bill and in our attempts to put up a number of what I think are very important and substantive amendments, made an attempt to show how we can responsibly react to the overspending that's taken place for years in the corrections budget. Certainly, Senator Ducheney is right on, I think, as it relates to the amount of money that we continue to spend in this area. It concerns all of us, but I think it's very important to point out why that's happening. We don't control an awful lot of that spending. We haven't controlled a lot of it now for some time. We have receivers in place that have carte blanche, as you know, as it relates to our checkbook. And as a result of that, they've done some things that I think any economist or any ordinary person, for that matter, would look at and say, this doesn't make any sense at all. We talk about the amendment that Senator Harman offered, which is so basic, so common sense. So many people in this state rely on Medi-Cal for their health care. Why couldn't we just require that all of our prisoners receive their health care through that same system? How could any judge in this land declare that to be unconstitutional, given the fact that so many of our citizens rely on that system for their health care? That's a $2 billion savings. We're here today arguing and trying to show that we can reduce this budget by $1.2 billion, an unallocated cut that this body and the Assembly approved over a month ago, which I think was very irresponsible, quite frankly. That's why I voted against it. We should have been having this kind of debate at that point in time, but instead we're here today with a bill that we received late in the day yesterday that's probably one of, if not the largest pieces of legislation that we've reviewed, and certainly the most impactful. I don't think anybody could argue that point. And again, we're trying to find a way to deal with a $1.2 billion reduction. We can do that. We can do better than that, quite frankly. The amendment that Senator Benoit put forward regarding the closing of those youth facilities, why in the world haven't we done that? Why have we gone from a situation where we had roughly a staff per 4 inmates, or wards, if you will, to the complete opposite of that, where we have 4 individuals, highly paid individuals on state payroll to look after 1 ward? That doesn't make any sense at all. And ladies and gentlemen, the people of this state are sick to death of this. We've got to get back to a point where we start to once again embrace common sense. How do we provide the service at the lowest possible cost in a way that makes sense, instead of continuing to try to promote this kind of wrong-headed thinking? You're all aware of our approval ratings. My God, they continue to drop literally by the day. It's getting to the point, I don't know about in your household, but where my wife and my kids and the dog still like me, but I got to tell you, the dog's starting to look a little inquisitive when I come home. So I'm getting really very, very concerned right now. And that's a little bit of levity, obviously, but the importance here, I think, goes back to a comment that Senator Runner made about what are we doing here? Why, in our opinion, are we wasting valuable resources, the people's time, putting forward a bill of this nature? I, like many in this room, and I think many legal scholars that I've talked to, believe that what we're doing is probably unconstitutional to begin with, and if not, the people of this state will reject this. Again, they're more concerned right now than they have ever been with their public safety. And they know why, because common sense tells them there's more people out of work. There's more people that are getting more desperate by the day. There's more people that are going to have to do things that they would never think to do just to feed their family and keep a roof over their head. And that means those of us who have a family to protect and property to protect are at more risk now than we've ever been in this state. This is no time to do this. If it's about finding savings, we can do that, and should have done it a long time ago through the proper prioritization of how we spend the people's money. This is not the way to do it. I beg you to vote no on this bill.
Senator Benoit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, a lot of what I had intended to say has been said. I'll be relatively brief. But I would like to stand up in opposition as a father, as a grandfather, and as a law enforcement professional who spent 31 years on the streets of this state dealing with crime. I'd like to just share with you that in 1993, I was a commander of the California Highway Patrol Office in the Indio area. And in that role, it was kind of an interesting phenomenon to watch and hear and listen to my officers before and after the shift talk about what the impact of 3 strikes was in this state. And I actually had an opportunity to meet a couple of our lesser stellar citizens during that period myself to observe it personally. There was a shockwave that went through the streets of this state as people who violate the laws of the state tried to assess what their situation was vis-a-vis this new 3 strikes law. We heard stories of people who would talk about leaving the state because they knew that if they got convicted of anything in this state, they were on their 3rd strike. I can remember being in a situation where there was an arrest made, and a gentleman who was being arrested for driving under the influence was, first question he asked is, "Oh my God, is this a 3rd strike?" You know, whether we want to believe it or not, and I know there's some in the room that think it's overstated, the numbers are pretty clear. From 1993 to 2005, violent crime dropped 51.6% in the state of California. Homicide dropped 47.2% in the state of California. Rape, 31.6%. Robbery, 56.9%. And you know, there was a lot of talk at the time about how the prison population was going to go through the roof. Well, the prison population was 162,000. Today, it's 162,000. I submit to you that what has happened is the worst criminals are the ones that are in our prisons today. And I don't argue that there's some crowding issues. I would back up Senator Runner's statement. It's, a lot of this design capacity talks about single-celled prisoners and private rooms, and I've been to the Folsom, I've been to others, and I've seen people in 2 to a bunk, and frankly, they're in much better conditions than some of our troops in Iraq. It's quite humane. It is over design capacity, but it doesn't mean that they should be let back on the streets because we don't have room to keep them. That is the number one issue, is we don't have room to keep them, and that's because we haven't built sufficient prisons. We haven't acted appropriately on AB 900. These are issues that we've got to deal with in this legislature, but the way to do that is not to undermine 3 strikes, and be clear on this, that this bill does undermine that. There are wobblers that are going to become misdemeanors that, in fact, were the first crime that some of these people were arrested for. The first crime they were arrested for, and then resulted in later when the two additional felonies ended up in a long-term time in jail for them. Let me go back and mention that one more time. First time they were arrested, I thought I was a pretty good officer, but I was sure most of the arrests I was making, this was not the first time the offender had committed a crime. It was the first time I'd been in a position to see it and catch him. These are bad people. We don't have really nice people in our prisons. They have committed serious crimes. And now we're going to try and categorize some of those and release 20%, 30%, 40% of them back onto the streets and think that there won't be a crime wave in this state. This is a huge breakout of jail. Senator Duchesne mentioned my name several times. Thank you, Senator Duchesne, for that. I have a small piece of this bill. I would gladly give that up. This is not a package that we should vote on as a package. We should have healthy, open debates about this huge change in very important public policy, which we've been denied because of the way this is being rushed to the floor. I recommend that you vote no on this bill. I think that if we don't kill it here today, you will see it referended. The people of the state of California should not and will not stand for the changes being made in this bill.
Senator Wright.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I think as I listen to the discussion, everyone here is elected from someplace. Some from the Central Valley, some from San Diego, some from Orange County. I remind people that on a per capita basis, I bet I have more people in the California institution than anybody here. The Crips started at my high school in South Central Los Angeles, and the Bloods originated in my current hometown in Inglewood. And if you go south in my district in San Pedro, it's run by MS-13, and if you move a little west, the Mexican Mafia sells dope. Having grown up as I did in South Central and looking at crime as I have, I've been shot at several times. In fact, I remember a discussion we were having in South LA one time, and we were having a discussion about Tookie Williams, who was recently executed. And there were people who were saying, oh, we should let Tookie out. And I'm like, not me. Tookie tried to kill me twice, so I don't quite have the same kind of reverence that you have for him. But that being said, I rise to support the bill, again, because I recognize a number of things that you may not. The crime rate didn't go down because you were able to enact 3 strikes, at least not in South Central where I come from, which is where much of the crime that you discuss originates. We were able in South Central Los Angeles to stem the development of crack cocaine. When we reduced the sale of crack cocaine in South Los Angeles, that caused the murder reduction. And the way that we did it was we made it less cool. By simply reducing that reduced the murder rate in Watts with the Watts Gang Task Force, of which I'm a member, by almost 40% in 2 years. Simply because you took what was the driving force that was making that work. But in California, we have high prison costs, which has already been mentioned. We're also one of the few states that incorporates people over 65 years of age. If you go to Folsom right now, I can show you a blind, amputee man. Who are we protecting him from? He's blind and he's got one leg, but he's sitting in the joint. He doesn't cost $50,000 a year. He costs $300,000 a year. That's why the average cost goes up, Mr. Hartman, because we've got a number of infirmed people. We've got guys that had strokes sitting in the joint. cost almost $400,000 to have a doctor go visit a stroke victim in the joint. But we've got him sitting in there. And so we measure the cost of health care by the average, and you've got all these guys who have no business in there. It would be cheaper to put him in a nursing home and let Medicare pay the cost of keeping him, but yet we let him sit in the joint. We could save a whole lot of money, to your point, by simply getting rid of the people who pose absolutely no risk. But we keep them in the joint. We were discussing 20,000 or 30,000 or 40,000. Let me remind you that in my district, again, I see people who were in the joint for 6 months, and then they get out. They were in, and then they get out. Well, what happens? See, I got to remind some of you, if you're a Crip or a Blood, going to jail is not a real deterrent for you. In fact, sometimes you like jail better. I can take you to guys who need to go to the dentist who can't afford it. So they violate their parole so they can go back to the joint, because getting a dentist in the joint is cheaper than it is to try to be on the street. In Inglewood last week, an agency set up a voluntary program where 1,500 people a day could see a doctor for free. I had people stand in line overnight and took up all the slots. Many of them were prison inmates, just trying to get medical care that they couldn't afford. And some of the people who were in that line said to me, you know what? I'm just going to skip my probation so I can go back to the joint, because it's easier to do that than it is for me to stand in line for 2 days at the forum so that I can see a dentist to get a root canal. So here we are looking at what we're going to do. We're one of the few states, by the way, that actually paroles every inmate that we let out. Most states figured out a long time ago that that was actually a quite dumb thing to do, because at any given point we have between 40 and 60,000 inmates who get their parole violated. So let me tell you what happens to that guy. We violate his parole, we take him to Chino, we take him to the dentist, and we give him a physical. And by the time we complete all of that, it's time to let him out again. He comes back home. And when you see him on the street, you go, yo, Joe, didn't I just see you a couple of months ago? He said, yeah, I went back to Chino, and then they shipped me off to another joint, then they let me back out because it was a parole revocation, and they could only keep me for 3 or 4 months anyway. So you've got 50 or 60,000 cats who come in and out anyway. They receive no service, but they still jack up the cost of providing the care. We're also one of the few states that incarcerates women for nonviolent offenses. I got women who were simply turning tricks on Figueroa. And so now you put her in jail because she had 2 rocks in a purse, and now you've got to pay to hold on to her child or 2 children that she has. The cost of that goes back to corrections, so you incorporate a woman essentially because she's poor. Because 5 years ago we cut off her little welfare check, it would have been cheaper to let her keep the check and let her keep the children with her. So now we put the kids in foster care, we put her in the joint because she was turning tricks on Figueroa. And we celebrate that as protecting the public. No, it isn't. If we're going to be fair about what we're trying to do, I fully agree that if somebody commits murder, I, for example, didn't have a problem with Tookie being executed. There were discussions that he didn't do it. Well, you know what? I don't know if he did the 4 that he was executed for, but I know 3 that he did do, so we'll just call it poetic justice. And people say, well, the death penalty doesn't prevent crime. That guy won't do it again. I don't know if it'll influence his homies, but I can guarantee you, Tookie ain't gonna bother nobody else for quite a while. But that being said, now we have a situation where we have the highest recidivism rate in the country. We have crime going down because we're getting rid of drugs. That's why we've got to fight crystal meth, because it potentially becomes the new crack cocaine, and if we don't get in front of that, we'll have another spike in crime as people fight to see who's going to control that drug territory. We've got old people that we can let go. If you're blind and you got 1 leg, you know what? I'm not worried about you committing a crime. I'd be willing to bet anybody here that he ain't going to snatch your purse. If we've got people who are about to be released anyway, we need a network of services to make sure that they don't go back. When we send somebody to the state penitentiary for 3 to 6 months, and then we let them out because they're only there for a parole revocation of a simple offense, it would have been cheaper to send him to the Ritz-Carlton in Half Moon Bay. But we don't do that. We send him back to jail and we beat our chest and say we're protecting the public. A great philosopher from my community once said that if you always do what you always did, then you'll always get what you always got. That was Jackie Moms Mabley. And here we are looking and saying, we feel safe. Well, again, if you've been looking at the papers that I have, the current system ain't working either. There are people who are on parole who are committing crimes, so we're not really being saved with the system that we have. So clearly we're going to have to do something just a little bit different if we're going to make some change. I would agree that I might tweak this or tweak that. That's why we have a legislative process, and we'll be doing that over the time that some of us are here. I look at referendums again. I have a different view of referendums. The first African American elected to the legislature was from Northern California. His name was Byron Rumford, and he had a Fair Housing Act. And you know what? They put a referendum on the ballot, and the people voted for it. Just because they voted for it didn't make it right. Because the people voted in California to say, we don't want black people to live in houses in public facilities. That was voted on in this state, and the Supreme Court had to come back and say, no, people, you're wrong. So I'm not as threatened, perhaps, as some of you are by the fact that there may be a referendum. At the end of the day, we're elected to do what we perceive to be the right thing to do. There are things in this that I think will reduce cost. There are some things that we may have to adjust. Should it be 2/3 or a majority vote? You know what? I'm open to that discussion. Should it be something that comes back for an automatic referral? You know what? I'm open to that as well. But I can tell you that if we don't do something, then what will be imposed on us by a court could be far worse, and then we'll all be saying, well, we didn't have any opportunity to have input into discussion. Yes, you do. I would say that we should look at guys who are 65 and let them out. I could reduce our average cost substantially because those guys cost a whole lot more to keep. We've got people in the joint. In fact, LA County is the largest insane asylum in the country. We're treating people for mental health in the joint. What sense does that make? There are a number of things that I think that we could do, and I think much of it's contained in this bill. That's why I would ask for an aye vote. And I would remind you of one thing again as people make the claim about public safety. In the last 3 recessions and the Great Depression of 1932, crime did not go up. Let me say that again. The fact that we are now in the middle of this depression, it doesn't scare me, because people's spirits are not bad. People commit crime because they have a series of motivations. But whether it was the Depression of 32, the Depression in the 70s, and the Depression in the 80s, crime did not go up. Crime goes up because there are other factors that drive that train. I would ask for an aye vote and suggest that going forward, we continue to work on the details to make this an even tighter bill. Thank you.
Senator Onestad.
Mr. President, members, I protest having to follow Senator Wright. But he actually made one of my points that I'd like to make. You know, driving in this morning and listening to the radio, there was a discussion on a talk show about a compassionate release of the terrorist who blew up the Pan Am flight over Scotland, and the public outcry, not only in Scotland, but across the entire world, at the plan to let this person go home to his family after serving just 7 years of a 22-year sentence for killing all those people on that airplane. Then I switched the channels and I was listening to an analysis of President Obama's success on the road with his town hall meetings on health care, and the amazing response of the American public coming out, finally waking up to the fact that government maybe was not making the right decision and wanting to have a say. 2,100 people in one of my small rural towns last week showed up for a town hall meeting on the federal health care picture. The public is awake. And I think that's something that I want to talk about in the next couple of minutes, is about the process of what we're going through here. And who do you listen to? And what should we be doing as a legislator? What's the right way to do it? Well, I will tell you, receiving 239 pages yesterday at 2 o'clock in my office, and having to consider a vote on that today without public debate is not the way to do it. In fact, it's a travesty of the process, the legislative process that Senator Wright just alluded to. He said there are several things here he would tweak. We don't have that chance to tweak, folks. I mean, we laid some common sense amendments, gave them to you. You just laid them on the table. You didn't even listen to them. Well, you're going to have to listen to somebody down the line. Senator Ducheney, in her remarks, said that we should listen to the 3-judge panel. I question that. Stephen Reinhart, Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, the most reversed federal judge in the United States. Lawrence Knowlton, famous for removing the under God clause in our flag salute. Very, very popular move in America. Thelton Henderson, our federal master of our prison system, who has ordered billions of dollars in improvements, and there have been improvements in the health care of our California prisoners over the last couple of years, and then he refuses to consider the new health care system that we have in place and votes, along with the other 3, that we must release 47,000 felons back into California society. Are these the people that we should be listening to? Why aren't we listening to our law enforcement experts? Not one law enforcement agency in California supports this bill. I can read you a list, if you want, of all of those who have come out in formal opposition. And there have been no public discussions on this bill. Yes, parts of it have been discussed for years, as Senator Romero says, but they've been rejected. That's why it's back again. And this time, the goal was to do something like what the federal government was doing with the health care problem. Let's push it through real fast. Let's get it done before Congress adjourns so the public can't react. That's exactly what is happening here today, and I think it's the wrong way to go. Folks, we need to listen to the people. The people have spoken many times on this issue. They're the ones who sent you here to do the job, and we're not doing it. That's why our approval rating is less than a used car salesman, even if his name is Honest Ed. But we're instead going to put in a sentencing commission made up of the same kinds of people that the 3-judge panel are made, where we give felons the same voice on that commission as the victims. There is something wrong with that picture. Let's not kid ourselves, people. This is not a budget bill. There are no cost savings here. If there are any cost savings, they may realize some of it in years to come, but I predict that after the referendum, there will be no cost savings. And in fact, what we do by releasing these people on the streets is going to drive up the cost of crime prevention in California for years to come. This is merely a social bill that is disguised as a budget bill, a political attempt to thwart, I believe, the scrutiny of the people of the state of California, and it does not do credit to this legislature, either in the process or in the contents of this bill. I don't see how any of you, and I don't see how this governor could support or sign such a bill.
Senator Walters, please.
Mr. President, members, as you all know, I am a mom of 4 children. My #1 job is to protect my children. And while there are many elements of this legislation that are detrimental to the safety of the people of California, the consequences of this legislation boils down to one question. What will those of you who vote for this bill do when a person is released from prison and murders an innocent child? We saw that just a few weeks ago in Los Angeles when Lily Burke, a 17-year-old teenager, was murdered by a convicted felon. We cannot let that happen to the people in the state of California. We must protect the people in the state of California. It is our job to protect the people in the state of California. I urge a no vote.
Senator Harman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. This is a budget bill, and we need to look at ways that we can save money in our prison system. And I think one way we can do that is by looking at some form of rehabilitation that might save. You know, I remember my mother making a statement to me when I was a young man growing up. She said, "Tom, just because you say it doesn't make it so. Just because you say it doesn't make it so." And so saying that there's no early release in this bill doesn't make it so. There is early release. We know there is. Sure, there's GPS and there's house arrest and other forms, but the bottom line is we are going to be seeing a tremendous amount of early release of convicted felons that are going to be coming into your community and my community. And I would just submit to you that this get out of jail free card is simply the wrong way to go. And I cannot in good conscience support this type of early release program. It's absolutely wrong. Now, let me tell you something about the unemployment rate of parolees. When they get out of prison, their unemployment rate is 60 to 80%, in that range. It's very difficult for them to find a job. Now, we've got a tough economy right now. I mean, it's tough for anybody to find a job. Typical education level for these folks is around 7th grade, and they're entering the job market competing with some people that have the highest job skills and highest education credentials available. So, you know, it's just not working when they get out, and then we have recidivism, and back they go. Let me quote to you from a report by the Rehabilitation Strike Team of the Department of Corrections. This is a December 2007 report. It's just a sentence or two long. Fully 50% of all exiting prisoners did not participate in any rehabilitation or work program, nor did they have work assignment during their entire prison term. So they're not working, and they're not in a rehab program, and we have a 70% recidivism rate, and we wonder why. Well, that's an awful good starting place, is to try and teach a job skill to them, keep them out of prison, stop this revolving door where they're in and out and in and out and in and out. And so I would submit to you that rather than spending money on releasing prisoners into their communities, it would make better sense to have some kind of a program and spend some kind of money that would provide the necessary tools for these types of individuals to return to the communities and become productive members of society. But that requires some money. This bill doesn't really address that, and I think that in the long term we would save money by doing that. Again, 70% of the people that will be released under this program are going to go back to prison. And among those 70%, according to statistics provided to me, 14% of them will have committed other crimes. On an average, 13 crimes are committed before they're caught and they go back to jail or go back to prison. And out of those crimes, 20% are violent crimes. 20% are violent crimes. That's the Lily Burke situation that Senator Walters referred to. It's just absolutely unacceptable. Let's deal with the problem and figure out how to stop the revolving door, how to stop the recidivism. Early release is not the answer. I urge a no vote.
Senator Lowenthal.
Thank you, members. You know, so far I've heard in the discussion that if we pass reform to our correction system that will be such as it is in AB 14, that will be set up to fail, that we're going to put Californians at risk, that we're going to have mayhem on the street, that it's a get out of jail for free card. And then the question was raised, but who should we really be listening to make decisions? Well, that's a great question. And I would like to state today that maybe we should be at least listening to the former director of the California Department of Corrections and former warden at San Quentin, Gene Woodford, and Matt Powers, who is the retired deputy police chief of the Sacramento Police Department. This is what they said today. Although the recent budget deal in Sacramento included a $1.2 billion cut to corrections, legislators haven't faced the hard part, determining how these cuts will be made. Now is the time to put old maxims and myths aside and implement the policy changes needed to protect Californians and the fiscal health of this state. Republicans say that they cannot approve cuts to prison spending that include the early release of inmates, saying this would be unfair and hurtful to victims. We do not doubt the sincerity of such concerns, but the truth is that our current criminal justice practices in California are costly and ineffective and do not serve public safety as they should. Nor have legislators adequately addressed the trade-offs of how these negatively affect public safety. Take, for example, the recent cuts in education. When we know that the more education young people receive, the less likely they are to be involved in crime, victimization, and incarceration. As the debate to cut prison spending heats up, the danger is that politics as usual in Sacramento, the ability to ignore the bigger picture will be to ignore the bigger picture understanding of public safety. Criminal justice should stop being painted as law enforcement and conservatives on one side and liberals and correctional researchers on the other. There is nothing further than the truth. We are all interested in public safety. No one wants to be victimized by crime, and law enforcement officials and conservatives all over this state understand that we cannot arrest or incarcerate our way out of this problem. It is too costly and ineffective. If we are truly interested in public safety, we must understand the great myth. It is a myth that the more people you incarcerate, the safer your communities are. I'm going to repeat that. It is a myth that the more people you incarcerate, the safer your communities are. As crime rates have fallen all across the country, study after study reveals that states that have implemented treatment and alternatives to incarceration have experienced the greatest reductions in crime and costs than have states that have simply put more people behind bars for longer. The state of New York, for example, experienced an 8% decrease in its prison population between 1995 and 2005 by boosting reliance on more cost-effective alternatives to incarceration, including drug treatment and community-based services. At the same time, the state recorded a larger decrease in all crime categories, ranging from 43% for property crimes to 47% drop in the homicide rate. But let's really talk about what took place in California. California has also had a reduction in crime rates between this 1995 and 2005. 32% for property crimes to a 38% drop in the homicide rate in the same period. But that drop has been accompanied by a whopping 28% jump in the prison population. Meanwhile, despite our reliance on prisons and incarceration as a response to crime, California continues to have the highest recidivism rate in the nation. California is now an example for the rest of the nation of what not to do. A recent Northwestern Law study entitled Controlling Correctional Costs in Illinois advises that in deciding how to resolve correctional impact upon their budget crisis, the choice lies, they say, not between the left or the right, but between East and West. The author of this study urges Illinois to follow New York on the East, not California in the West, in developing criminal justice policy. Fiscally responsible public safety, then, is not a liberal issue, nor a conservative issue. It is not a Republican issue, nor a Democratic issue. It is a question of efficacy. We must have criminal justice policies that hold people accountable for change. We must recognize that the most effective criminal justice policy is treatment, community programs, and community supervision. We must move our funding from prisons to community programs for non-serious, non-violent offenders. This approach is cheaper and more effective in reducing victimization in our communities. I say, just in conclusion, violent offenders should go to state prison. These offenders must be held accountable to participate in treatment and refrain from gang activity before they are released. Now, violent offenders are released when their time is finished, even if they've continued criminal behavior inside our prisons. We should not fear the release of 27,000 carefully selected, ill, and petty offenders as a way of reducing the budget. We should fear continuing the broken, expensive correctional practices of today. California must stop being an example of what not to do. We should again be the state that invests in our children through education, not funding a prison system that gives us little in return. If our legislators really care about crime victims, then we must follow the example of New York. Sacramento must establish policies that reflect a concern for Californians and public safety. The future of this state depends on it. Let us invest in our communities and see a return by reducing incarceration and the recidivism rates through a criminal justice strategy that truly works. I urge an aye vote.
Senator Cox.
Mr. President, members, I know some of you are anxious to get out of here, so I promise to take no longer than the longest person who's spoken before me. Members, in 2007, which is about the latest statistics we have, there were 523,000 felony arrests. Of those 523, 457 were adults and 66,000 were juveniles. 24.7% were violent offenders, which totals about 129,000. 27.1 were for property crimes, which is 142,000 people. 27.5 were for drug offenses. That represents about 143. 20.7 were for all other offenses, totaling about 108. That's how you get up to that 523,000. And then when you look at those felony arrests, you see that about 1% of that group, 10,273, was released by law enforcement. 12.8%, or 42,600, were dismissed by the prosecutorial denial. District attorneys didn't want to take it on. 48,728, or 14.6, were released by dismissal or acquittal. And then as you look at that, of that 523,000, 231,000, or 69.4%, were actually convicted. Now, members, we have 171,000 inmates in the California correctional system. And I heard today that what this was all about was fear. What you're trying to do is to make everybody in California feel that fear factor. No, we're not trying to in fact increase the fear factor in California. But what we are trying to do is to inform the public and try to get this legislature to make some common sense decisions. Members, whether it was the budget bill last month or the bill on the floor this morning, we continue to find major policy proposals are being tossed on the desk of legislators without adequate time for review by those legislators, let alone even the slightest opportunity for the public to review bills or participate in the process. And members, based upon the way that we do things, it is difficult to believe that we know that there's a process. We have a process to review for public review. We have a policy committee, we have physical committees, and then we have floor votes. But members, in all due respect, and to my good friend Mr. Steinberg, we continue to in fact disregard that process. And members, rather than get it right, we're always on the path, a direction to just get it done right away. Not right, but just get it done right away. Now, members, the governor of the state of California, Mr. Schwarzenegger, stood at the California Railroad Museum several years ago and stated, "I will not sign bills that have not had the that haven't gone through the thorough, full legislative process." I encourage him to review that speech that he made when he considers this bill. Now, members, I represent the 1st Senate District. It covers 12 counties. And I can tell you that I have got 12 district attorneys, I've got 12 sheriffs in my district that have not been given the opportunity to review or comment on this bill. And members, it may be good enough for the members here to say, well, look, we talked about this last year or the year before, and you'll remember that we did this and we did that, and somebody had this bill or somebody had that bill. But the fact of the matter is we didn't talk about it today, and we didn't talk about it in the time frame that we ought to be talking about it. I have 5 large prisons in my district. I've got Susanville and Ione. And I assure you that the people who run those prisons and the people that work there in those prisons have not been afforded the opportunity to review the bills that we're talking about today. Somebody said this was a get-out-of-jail-free card for thousands of convicts that will endanger our communities. Well, what else would you call it? You have to call it a get-out-of-free jail card, because that's precisely what it is. And then a large portion of this particular bill has to do with a sentencing commission. Members, this is an unconstitutional abdication of our legislative responsibility to turn over our responsibilities to an unelected sentencing commission. Now, you've already determined that we're going to let these prisoners out, so let's just talk about who's coming home. This early release program in this bill would apparently allow individuals who were convicted of selling heroin to a minor. Would let out somebody who in fact had held hostages in a state prison. Someone who had committed assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer. Those, in fact, are the people that are going to be sent home. Now, my good friend Mr. Wright said that there are some folks there that are too old and too infirm, and so they ought to be let out. Well, when you look at the prison population, I told you there's 171,000. There's approximately 11,500 are over the age of 55. And members, I will tell you from my vantage point, age is not sufficient alone to be a cause for release. Age is not the factor. As I mentioned to you, the California legislature, the majority party, has decided to send folks home to your neighborhood. Well, I've got a suggestion to you. I suggest to you that you don't forget to turn on your porch light. And I certainly recommend to you that you lock the front and back doors. Ask you to vote no on this measure.
Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, it's been a long, thorough discussion, and some of you may be surprised that as I rise to speak, I'm still not sure how I'm going to vote. And I want to share with you and my constituents why and what I'm thinking, and follow the strong suggestion of a friend of mine to not just think more, but share more as to what I think and where I'm coming from so that people understand. But my first observation, and I got to remind us all of this, public safety is not a partisan issue. Trying to reduce crime and keep our community safe is not a partisan issue. I think we all, not just campaigned on it, but would share personally and publicly how important this is. If there's any disagreement today, it's disagreement over specific ideas on how to get there. But let me reiterate, public safety is not a partisan issue, and I'm saddened when there are folks both in these chambers and outside that try to paint the lines that way. I've shared in the past, not just privately in our conversations, but even publicly at this microphone. I'll give you one example of the community that I grew up in, and this may come as a surprise to many, the community I choose to still live in, a community known as Pacoima in the northeast San Fernando Valley. I've shared from this microphone the stories about growing up there and particularly the tough times when it came to violence in the 80s, where open-air drug dealing and prostitution and gang violence was not only not uncommon, but indeed commonplace. And having lived through what that means for people who live in that environment, people trying to raise families in that environment. I may not share the stories too often, but I'm encouraged to remind my colleagues of that. And I share that not to point to something that may or may not have happened 20 years ago, but I'll give an example of something that happens today. Having come into this Senate chambers from the perspective of a former council member, the former president of the Los Angeles City Council, where reducing crime has been one of the toughest challenges for the city over the course of many, many years. Working with the police chief, the local command staff in the San Fernando Valley, when we know it's going to get hot because of the time of the year, when we know there's been a homicide and there's a high probability for retaliation, one of the tools that's very effective in trying to keep control, I'll give you two of the tools. One is, you know what, there are folks out there on probation and parole. Let's go check on them. It's part of the terms and conditions of their status. And just checking on folks can help keep folks maybe settled for a little bit. Another one of the tools is not just to police our way out of everything, but to utilize our intervention specialists in their unique way to try to keep control of a community and not let violence get more out of hand than it may already is. Folks, that happens in the community where I live. And when I talk about those checks on parolees or folks on probation, I can open up my front door in the morning and see cops on my street wearing their vests, knocking on doors. That's where I live and a perspective that I come to this conversation with. Senator Hollingsworth, I consider a friend. We have certainly political and ideological differences, but as much as we get along, I just have to respectfully take issue with something you said that may read well in the paper tomorrow, maybe your hometown paper, but I don't believe this is a liberal agenda in disguise. I don't believe this is an exploitation of a fiscal challenge that the state of California has. I think this is a putting forth of ideas that we may or may not agree with, trying to tackle an issue. So I'm torn with the package before us because I see elements that I can actually support and feel good about. the credits for rehabilitation and education, the inmates that take it upon themselves to successfully complete programs, I think is a good thing. The instruments, the tools for smarter decision making when it comes to parole violations. I think that's being smart on crime, which is part and parcel with being, tough on crime. My opinion. Alternative custody for the elderly and the medically infirm, as Senator Wright so articulately gave us very real examples of. I think it's hard to disagree with that. There's other elements of this package that give me personally some concern. The alternative custody, a little bit more blankets, and a little too flexible for folks who just may happen to be within their 12 months, with a lot less flexibility based on what they may be in for or what their behavior has been while in custody. Some of the paperwork that's been floated to us says, well, this is only going to apply to lower risk inmates. Well, there's a difference between lower risk and low risk. Lower risk, as I've asked and as I've seen paperwork on, just means you're not high risk. But even low and the in-between area, moderate, has cast a pretty wide net. So I do have questions and concerns. Program funding reduction, as I read the bullet points, is part of this package. Programs like substance abuse counseling, getting their funding reduced. Programs like vocational training, getting their funding reduced. Programs like educational programs, getting their funding reduced. And part of why I'm grappling with this is because it's not just this package here in isolation. For local communities like the city I come from, like the neighborhood I live in, it's really a little bit more of a perfect storm. It's not necessarily thousands and thousands and thousands of inmates guaranteed to return to our communities, but it is a real possibility. I come from a district that's going to get a disproportionate share of folks coming home, whether they're ready or not. It's a perfect storm because we're doing this as local governments are grappling with budget cuts. People I know who may be working in probation, increasing workloads, furlough days, that's not a good combination. When police departments or cities in each and every one of our districts are struggling to find the funds to hire more, if not to expand police forces, but to sort of backfill for attrition that's natural. Funding cuts or grappling with the budgets for not just police departments, but the probation services out there, the intervention specialists that I mentioned earlier in my remarks, as well as prevention. I know some folks have said, well, this, as a package is sort of less aggressive than stuff that's been voted on before, whether it's been a couple of months or in the last couple of years. But I woke up this morning reminding myself that, our climate's a little bit different too. Reducing the inmate population during our tough budget times doesn't allow us to invest as we should in the wraparound or supportive or reentry programs and services that would be ideal as we do this, but we can't afford to do it in an ideal fashion right now. And I also ask myself as I grapple with this package, really, what's the question we're trying to ask? What's the problem we're trying to solve? What would define success in the state of California vis-a-vis public safety or corrections and rehabilitation? Are we being driven to consider this package today by a budget challenge? I think that's a better way of asking what Senator Hollingsworth said earlier. Is the correction budget up, and has it been growing at a very high rate over the last decade? The answer to that is yes. Is crime in my community down, and in most communities, and has it been on the decline in that last decade or two? The answer to that is yes. Are we being driven to do this by the feds, these federal lawsuits that California finds itself in? Maybe, maybe not in the minds of some. Is the prison system in the state of California, quote unquote, overcrowded? The answer is yes. But when I go home and talk to my constituents and we ask ourselves the question, is crime down? The answer to that is yes. Are we being driven to do this through the lens of public safety in our communities? I like to think that's what drives my thinking and my decision making. We look at some of the images from institutions in the state, and you see the concerns about inmates being double bunked and triple bunked. Is that reality in the state of California? The answer to that is yes. But I go home to my constituents, and we ask ourselves, is our neighborhood safer compared to 10 and 20 years ago? And the answer to that is yes. By the same token, I recognize that crime being down does not justify the conditions that exist in our prison system. We do need reform. Crime being down does not diminish the budget pressures that our correction system is placing on the state of California and forcing us into tough decisions between this versus education versus healthcare versus infrastructure versus anything else. Crime being down does not undo the need to revisit the sentencing laws in the state of California. So as I think through all these things and I feel through all these things and I share all these things with you, I conclude my comments still very torn. And I know we have a couple more speakers here before we end this debate. But I can guarantee you this, that whether or not this package passes the legislature today and is signed by the governor today, our work will not be over. Our work will not be over, and we all have to recommit to truly working together and trying to change this fundamentally. But let me, because I remind myself and I'd urge you all to also consider, is this what is best for public safety in our communities, and viewing it through that lens, not just as a budget balancing exercise and not just as, what may or may not be in the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, it has been a long discussion, and I'll try not to be repeating things that have been said. But I think what you see today is a frustration with the process to which we have come to this vote. Many of these issues have been percolating around for years. And it's true that when we were here doing our budget fix, we put in $1.2 billion of cuts to Department of Corrections without specifying how that would happen. We had our idea how it would happen. The majority party had their idea of how that would happen. And yet there wasn't that public debate. We did not have this in our policy committee. There were a lot of good issues raised today. I think, frankly, we had some great amendments today that would make this a much better package that is, frankly, huge in one bill. It probably ought to be a series of bills, but nevertheless, we have not had that public discussion. And so when it is jammed down our throat on an up-down vote, yes, Senator Padilla, it does take on the overtones of a partisan rather than a thoughtful discussion. And it should be a thoughtful discussion. And I would ask this question of you today. By enacting this bill, will our communities be safer? Now, it's going to result in the release of thousands of inmates. And I think we can all say to that clearly, no, our communities will not be safer. So then that begs the question, will they be less safe? Well, given the nature of recidivism, 70% in our state, given the nature that many of these recommit in a violent way, as outlined by one of our former speakers, 20% of them are violent, regardless of how they came out, then you can answer that no. Our action today, if this passes, will not result in us having safer communities, but they will, in fact, result in less safe communities. So then that has to be borne upon the backs of this legislature. Now, you have in here, and I will say it's under the guise of a budget fix, a sentencing commission. And I say it's under the guise of the budget fix because this doesn't kick into position until January of 2012 or 13. So we have the budget fix we got to deal with now. You have set up something that's been high on your political agenda for years. And by the way, it'll take effect when many of you are termed out and don't have to pay the consequences. But speaking of consequences, it's like a military fire and forget. You're going to release and forget because you don't have a mechanism that's realistic to review what's happening. Now, I offered an amendment that would say, let's just track these guys. Let's find out on the people release. Let's see those who are arrested, those who are convicted, and put it on a website so everybody can see either they're not recommitting or they are. What is the harm in that? I think that serves a good public policy. Okay, we have budget constraints. Let's put that up there so at least we know whether the policies we enact today are in effect working or not. But instead, you don't want to even consider that. And frankly, this isn't the proper place. We ought to be in a policy committee. We ought to be fleshing out these details. Senator Wright brought up some very good points. I'd love to consider. I don't have that opportunity today because I would suggest that even if he brought up amendments, you would say no. Because this is not the proper place to be doing the detailed discussion we're doing now. This is a jam it down our throat action today. You know, the Chino riots, that's in my district. I toured there last Friday. I talked to the warden. 90% of those folks that were in those buildings that rioted were back. And those are not first-time offenders. And yet those are the type of people you want to release with this action today. Back on the Sentencing Commission, and then I'll quit. We could construct that possibly so that it makes sense, but what you have here is not that. It would make sense perhaps if we were a part-time legislature or we had indeterminate sentencing, because most states that have a sentencing commission have those facts in place. And so the judges do need some guideline from somebody because the legislature's not around to do it. But we have determinate sentencing. We have a full-time legislature. Now, one of the senators said that, well, but it does come back to the legislature. Come on. It comes back to the legislature in words only. The reality is it takes 2/3 vote, and if you do nothing, it passes. That's not proactive analysis of whether you want to go along with the commission's decisions or not. We are abdicating our position. You are abdicating your position as a legislator. Many of you will be termed out before you have to feel the impacts of this, and it's just wrong. This will not result in a safer state. It will not save the money that is scored, because as was demonstrated in the juvenile justice system, we've actually increased the number of people attending to even though we've reduced the population of juvenile justice, we have tremendous costs associated with that. Now, Senator Lowenthal actually had a very long narrative he was quoting, and I missed the who it was that's saying it, but I go back to the words that Senator Harman said before: just because you say something doesn't make it so. Because in there somewhere it said that California's population has increased 38%. According to our own Department of Corrections, that's just not so. We have 10 years ago, June 30th, 1999, total, including juvenile justice, 169,825. We have decreased 5%. If you throw out the juveniles, you just stick to the adults, we've increased 4%. So we've reduced 5% overall. We've increased 4% while we had a net population gain of 5%. Those are not horrific figures. Those are actually great figures. But you see the cost drivers are total CDCR employees have gone up 37%, medical personnel 219%. This is not the place for the discussion. This is not the day that we should be doing this. We should have a thoughtful discussion. We should incorporate Senator Wright's thoughts. We should listen to Senator Padilla. Frankly, we should listen to us Republicans. Just because we're the minority party doesn't make everything we say stupid or not so. So I would ask for your no vote on this measure today.
Senator Ashburn.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the most important vote in this California State Senate in 20 years. I only have a couple of options available to me. One is to speak, and the other is to vote. A lot of times the debate that takes place here, I am encouraging, let's get through the debate, let's get to the vote, let's move on. In this instance, I'm going to try again to express my deepest concern, my most heartfelt encouragement to those of you who might be considering voting for this to please think again before the roll is open. Now, Senator DeShaney said a while ago in presenting the bill that we are not getting the results. It's not working. Let me respectfully disagree with that analysis. What is it that we are looking for as a result from our prison system? We are looking for safer communities. We are looking for innocent people not to be victimized by dangerous people. Senator DeShaney, it is working. You have to roll back the calendar to Ozzie and Harriet days to get a lower rate of crime than is experienced day to day by real Californians living in our neighborhoods and communities because they're safer, because dangerous people are not in the community, they are not on the street, they are not preying on innocent victims because they are locked up. It is working. Now, this is being done, this bill is being considered under the pretense of a budget savings. Show me the savings. There's nothing in this about budgets. This is all about releasing people earlier than they otherwise would be released and changing the sentencing procedures in California by abdicating the responsibility of the elected representatives. That's all this does. This doesn't save $1.2 billion, but what it does do is raise the price of fighting crime in our neighborhoods because there's something called a deterrent effect. A deterrent effect. That people behave differently when there are consequences for their behavior. Now, the people got serious about this. Our citizens got serious about this. And they enacted 10-20 life. Commit a crime, you pay a higher price. Using a weapon in the commission of that crime, 10-20 life. And the crime rate went down. The people got serious about crime in our neighborhoods. And they said yes on the death penalty in the hopes that the threat of a death penalty would drive down the behavior of those who would take the life of another in a capital offense. And the people of our state got serious, even went to the ballot and said, 3 strikes and you're out. We've had it with people who have committed crime after crime after crime and are released back out in the community. What are you doing? Crime after crime after crime, you're going to release them back out in the community. I want you to look the people of California in the eye and say, 3 strikes and you're out? Forget it. We're going to do it our way. We're letting them out. We're going to let them out. And the cost of this to our communities and the safety of the public is beyond comprehension because you destroy the deterrent effect. I implore you, I encourage you, do not pass this measure. If we want to cut the budget of the Department of Corrections, let's take the line items of expenditure in the department budget and reduce them. That's the way you cut a budget. That's the way that we can reduce the expenditures, not by releasing dangerous people back into our community.
Senator Negrete McLeod.
I debated whether I was going to talk on this, and then I'm hearing everything. Do you all live in a parallel world? Because the receiver, the federal courts are going to let the people out. So is that missing from somewhere in your context? They're going to let them out irrespective of what we do. So why not do something that makes sense? And you know what? I trumped each and every one of you with children and grandchildren. I trump everybody, and I guarantee you I trump everybody in the assembly. I trump everybody, and you know what? I'm not scared. I had an op-ed in the paper Sunday about prison reform, and I talked about prison reform, and I talked about overcrowding. I had not an email. I had not a phone call. So does that mean the people in my district don't care? Of course they care. Of course they care. And I almost feel a little angry at all of you when all you do is ruminate fear. You know, that 3 strikes was almost on the ballot till our governor got on there and everybody was going to get killed by those people that got out. And everybody got scared. Well, darn it, our job is not to make people scared here. Our job is to make sure we do good legislation, that we govern. And in my district, there are people who maybe go to jail and then commit a misdemeanor and end up in jail. And does that make sense to have people that have been on probation or on parole and then go back into prison? Absolutely not. That does not make sense for any person. Does not make sense for the person, does not make sense for the families, does not make sense for the state. So I hope everybody votes aye on this darn bill.
Senator Dutt.
Well, I wasn't going to speak. But being just about everybody else has, I might as well join the party. You know, this is all, it's supposed to be all about budget. This is supposed to be about how we're going to reduce things. And I agree with a lot of the things that people are trying to achieve, and I think they got some really good feelings. But the fact of the matter is, most of what's contained in what's before us now will not have an immediate effect. Now, I have time and time again, as on the Budget Committee, have made reference to the fact that we ought to be looking at pension reform, we ought to be looking at this type of reform and other reforms. The response I always got back was, well, you know, that won't take effect immediately. Well, that's the problem with this bill, too. This bill won't take effect immediately. This goes beyond just curing the budgetary problem that we have today. It is a problem with the prison reform, and I did vote for 900, and I voted for some of the rehab that people wanted to try to do with our inmates. But the fact of the matter is, in a current state of recession, when their employment is so dang high, you can rehabilitate these people all you want, and they are not going to find gainful employment. Now, the other thing we can do, and so far it's only been the Republicans that have stood up to it, we are legally challenging the court, the federal government's authority to do what it's currently doing. But nobody else seems to be joining with us too much in that effort, at least none of the people in this body except for the Republicans. So I want to encourage everybody. I think we got some serious issues here, that's true. But the federal government stepping in, telling this state what it has to do, and then setting up different rules for other states isn't right either. So what we ought to be doing is really focusing on the things that are going to have immediate cost savings today, that's going to deal with our problems today. You want to continue to work on the prison reform, I'm all well and good with that. But then let's do it right. Let's not have a fiasco like we've done in some of the things in the past. And what I'd like to suggest you do right now is focus on the money part and not all these reforms that may or may not even be in effect for 3 and 4 and 5 years. California has got a problem. If we don't do something about the unemployment and the jobs here in this state, frankly, whether you do this or whatever else you do, it's not going to make any difference. Those people are not going to have any greater opportunity than our poor kids in our school system right now either. So let's deal with the money savings. Let's do the rest of the reform later. Join us in our lawsuit to stop the federal government from telling California that it has to do something different than everybody else.
Senator Leno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will try and be somewhat circumspect. I know it's been a long debate, a healthy debate. But I think at the core of our conversation, we really do, caucus to caucus, have a sincere belief that each of our goals is to have greater safety in our communities. I want to believe that that is what my Republican colleagues are fighting for. I know that's what my Democratic colleagues are fighting for. You know, I've heard some of the radio interviews making references to Leno's Public Safety Committee as the Criminal Protection Committee. I've heard the shock jock then joke, well, we call it the Pervert Committee, and a couple of you laugh. I can take the arrows. That's cool. It's not a problem. My skin's thick enough. But that doesn't suggest that there is a real belief that what we're trying to do, though we have different ways of getting there, is that we're all fighting for safer families and communities. No, 2004, right after Governor Schwarzenegger took office, when he announced that we had a crisis in our prison system, which he's now raised to the level of emergency, he set George, use a gun, go to jail, Deukmejian, to head the independent review panel, which was a part of his CPR. And he asked George Deukmejian, with that charge, to look at our crisis in our criminal justice system. And with a lot of law enforcement folks, George Deukmejian set off to work. And they came back with about 250 recommendations. The top priority from George Deukmejian was to better manage our prison population, in effect, to lower it. And Governor Schwarzenegger held a press conference with the independent review panel at that time. This was June of 04. Our population at the time was 161,000 inmates. The goal was, by June of 05, to reduce it to 149,000. That's what George Deukmejian and his independent review panel suggested, and the governor embraced it. Well, no actions were taken, and by June of 05, we'd gone from 161 to 168. By 2008, we were up to 173. These are real figures. We have now come down to about 168, which is where we are today. Meanwhile, in that same time period, the percentage that we are spending of our general fund on corrections has gone from 5.3% as recently as 2003, the highest percentage of any state in the country, to now 11%. We've doubled it in 6 years. And unless we take action, unless we start doing business differently, that 11% will soon be 12, 13. We will hit 15% of our general fund spending in a matter of years on corrections. We're headed now the wrong path. And for the first time ever, probably anywhere in an industrialized nation, we will spend more on corrections than higher education. When we know that the greatest crime prevention program money can buy is education. And we're slashing education and struggling here today to cut a mere 10% from corrections after we've devastated social service programs and education. You know, we've talked about the so-called early release, which it is not. We're talking about intermediate sanctions, which have proven so successful in so many other states. But one would presume, from talking about these triads, that they came down from the heavens etched in stone. They were not. These are arbitrary numbers, 3, 5, 7. They're all arbitrary numbers. So to say that we're going to take the lowest level offenders, those least likely after assessment to reoffend, to let them have an intermediate sanction outside of the $49,000 prison cell for those last 12 months, and this is not release and forget in any way possible. GPS device is not release and forget with better supervision in their parole than they've got today. And if they do fail in their parole, boom, they're back in prison immediately. This is not release and forget. So let's be honest about what we're talking about. Mayhem in the streets. I heard that term today. If that's not selling fear, what is? Let's do justice to what we're talking about. I just want to share with you why I am so convinced of this need for a commission, why we are not capable of doing our job. And this is, my criticisms are bipartisan. This is not one caucus failing, the other succeeding. The politics of the issue of which we're speaking today, criminal justice, is so heightened. It's so emotional and can be so twisted for political advantage. We're not able to do our job. And I'll give you the one example which just clarifies it without any debate. There's exactly one misdemeanor in our penal code which does not allow for jail time. Misdemeanor, by definition, allows for up to 6 months, 12 months in jail. Of course, beyond that, felony, state prison. 1, possession of less than 28 grams of marijuana. Most one can be fined or charged or penalized is $100. That is the definition of an infraction. So if we're going to be intellectually honest, as the Superior Court judges who come to us every year, please redefine small possession of marijuana to be the infraction that it is, so we won't have jury trials and clog our system and waste our time and our money, because all we can do when the jury deems them guilty is fine them $100. Please redefine this to be what it is. Or, if you want to give them jail time, do that. But we don't want to do that. But we haven't got, I remember in the Assembly, not 41 votes. We didn't have 31 votes. We can't do our job when it's staring us in the face. For obvious reasons. Let's acknowledge that. Let's be honest. The politics of this issue overwhelm us. So we place the workings of sentencing in the hands of a commission which we can override in any bit or piece, or we can eliminate it if we don't like what it's doing. That's the way it's been written. And then just lastly, with regard to mention of Lily Burke's horrific murder. Second offense petty theft was a felony when she lost her life. That is the status quo. Is that the status quo you're defending? I would ask for your aye vote.
Further debate or discussion? Senator Steinberg, you will close. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, correct.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Once again, I want to state my pride in the State Senate. I want to state my pride in the State Senate for a civil and intelligent debate on a very, very difficult issue. I've listened to everyone. I've listened to the personal stories, which, in an obvious but revealing way, do not belong to Republican or Democrat. The stories belong to people, because anyone can be the victim of a crime. And I think today's debate helped bring that out. Members, there are many reasons to vote for this bill, and they have all been articulated here today. You can't forget that we are in the midst of a budget crisis and that $600 million of savings is in fact attached to this. And if we don't do this, we have to find another $600 million out of the very programs that, in our view, prevent crime. But that's not reason enough. Senator Leno argued a moment ago that in what civilized state or country do you spend more on prisons than on higher education? That's a compelling argument to vote for reform, but I would agree that alone is not enough. Senator Grady McLeod and others spoke about the fact, whether we like it or not, that the Constitution allows, under the Federal Supremacy Clause, allows the federal courts to determine that the conditions in our prisons are, in fact, unconstitutional, and to make decisions to release 20,000 more inmates than what this plan calls for, than what this plan calls for. That's an important and compelling argument, but I would agree even that is not enough. let me stipulate to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and also my colleagues on this side of the aisle, that the most important question is, in fact, the impact of these proposals before us here on the public safety. That is the right question to ask. And we've heard a lot of statistics thrown around about how this will jeopardize public safety. We hear the rhetoric, early release, chaos on the streets. We all know that criminal justice is the easiest issue in the world to demagogue. But let's end with a recitation of what we know factually. Number one, the governor of the state of California, whether you agree with him or disagree with him on a whole host of issues, has made his reputation in large part as a tough-on-crime governor. He opposed Prop 66, the amendment to the Three Strikes Law. He is strongly in support of this package because he knows that it is in fact consistent with public safety. His director of the CDCR, Matt Cate, who this Senate confirmed, I believe unanimously, some weeks ago, is in strong favor of this. But more importantly, when you talk about the federal courts, would you rather have a former district attorney who prosecuted death penalty cases, Matt Cate, having the discretion to determine who qualifies for not early release but alternative custody under this law, or would you rather have a three-judge panel? You vote no on this package, you're leaving it in the hands of those federal judges whose authority you, in fact, decry. We want to protect people from violent crime. And I would assert to you that despite the overall drop in crime in California, we also know that a relatively small number of repeat offenders continue to cycle in and out of our correction system. And so the real question is, does this package do more to protect people from the most violent criminals and the most violent predators? And I would argue forcefully that it, in fact, does. We know that 70% of the people who leave prison and who are paroled return, and often return more than one time. We also know that our overstretched and overburdened parole system is dealing with a case ratio of 70 parolees to 1 parole officer. And it's not working. They cannot adequately supervise those who are the most at risk and those who are at the most risk to the public safety. Undeniable. We also know that 97% of the inmates who are now in prison will be eligible for parole someday. They will be out. The question is, what are we going to do? What are we going to do to ensure that they have the best chance to succeed so that the public is in fact safe? Here's the core of the argument. Under this proposal, those who are given the option at the discretion of Matt Cate, former deputy DA, former prosecutor of death penalty cases, those folks who are allowed an alternative custody are allowed that custody with the GPS and full supervision, as Senator Leno and others pointed out. What about the rest of the parolees? On the 70-to-1 ratio that exists in current law right now, CDCR estimates that the parole agent is able to accomplish 1 home visit per quarter, and that they are able to see the parolee in one office visit once per month. Under this proposal, the ratio will go from 70-1 for the more at-risk parolees and those who are most at risk to public safety, from 70-1 to 45-1. And what will that mean? It will mean that those same beleaguered parole agents will be able to make, instead of 1 home visit per quarter, 2 home visits per month. And it will mean that the beleaguered parole agent will be able, instead of seeing the parolee in his or her office 1 time per month, will be able to see that parolee in his or her office 3 times per month. So 5 contacts per month compared to 1 contact per month under the current law. And so you rightfully ask the question, what is the impact on public safety? I think it is undeniable that the real failure of our criminal justice system in California, when it comes to repeat offenders, when it comes to our failed parole system, and yes, when it comes to this cost curve that is squeezing health and human services and public education and everything else that we all care about and that, in fact, prevents crime, the single biggest factor is that we have failed as a state to adequately distinguish between the violent criminals who belong locked up for as long as is necessary and those who have demonstrated no propensity for violence, no history of violence, who we can still hold accountable for their crime, but in a much more effective and a much more cost-effective way. 70-1, 45-1. The ability to focus precious resources on the people who we should be focusing on much more than 1 home visit per quarter or 1 visit into the office per month. And so I stand here affirmatively and strongly urging my colleagues to vote for this package today, because I believe that the reforms inherent will in fact allow law enforcement to do a better job protecting public safety. And finally, if you want to talk about a sentencing commission, and that is a key piece of the long-term reform here, one thing has not been said. A sentencing commission, yes, has the authority to take some crimes that do not involve violence and change the sentence structure downward, but a sentencing commission also has the ability to increase penalties in those cases where they deem it appropriate. In fact, sentencing commissions in both North Carolina and Virginia increase sentences for violent criminals while simultaneously increasing spending on probation and drug treatment programs to keep low-level offenders from being one of those 70% statistics. We can do better in California. This is the governor, Governor Schwarzenegger, Republican governor, proposing this. We embrace it because we think it will improve public safety. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested? No. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? No. Benoit? No. Calderon? No. Cedillo? Aye. Cogdill? No. Corbett? Aye. Correa? No. Cox? No. Denham? No. DeSaulnier? Aye. Ducheney? Aye. Dutton? No. Flores? No. Hancock? Aye. Harmon? No. Hollingsworth? No. Huff? No. Kehoe, aye. Leno, aye. Liu, aye. Lowenthal, aye. Maldonado, no. Negrete McLeod, aye. Oropesa, aye. Padilla, no. Pavley, aye. Price, aye. Romero, aye. Runner, no. Semidian,
aye.
Aye. Steinberg, aye. Strickland, no. Walters, no. Wiggins, aye. Wolk, aye. Wright, aye. Wyland, no. Yee, aye.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The measure is passed. Members, at this time, the third extraordinary session will stand in recess. Members, the Senate is still in session, please. Members, we are still in session and still have business on the file. The third extraordinary session will stand in recess, and the regular session will be reconvened. We are in regular session. We will briefly consider two items on the daily file. File item number 38, Senator Cox. Senator Cox, would you take a moment while we ask members to return to their desks for just a moment, please. Senator Cox. File item 38, Secretary will read.
Senate Bill 481 by Senator Cox, an act relating to wildlife.
Mr. President, members, SB 481 was amended in the Assembly to make it clear that airports are
Senator Cox, one moment, please. Could we ask the Sergeant-at-Arms to clear the aisle and ask members to return to their desks for just a few moments, members, so that we can take up two items. First, Senator Cox, and then we're going to be going to Senator Leno. Senator Cox, please proceed.
Mr. President, members, 481 was amended in the Assembly to make clear that airports are not being given broad authority to take wildlife around airports, but only to comply with their obligation to keep air passengers safe from birds that threaten the safety of airplanes. The Federal Aviation Administration requires airports to keep birds away from airplanes as much as possible. This bill gives airports the tools to do their job without interference from the State Department of Fish and Game. And SB 481 adds the language to the Fish and Game Code to allow all airports in California that have depredation permits to take wildlife that is a threat to the safety of an aircraft. Members, there is no opposition to this bill. I certainly wish to thank Senator Pavley and Senator Steinberg and their staff for their help on this bill. Ask for your aye vote.
Is there debate or discussion, members? Debate or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested? Aye. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Benoit? Aye. Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Aye. Cogdill? Aye. Corbett? Aye. Correa? Aye. Cox? Aye. Denham? Aye. Dusanier? Aye. Ducheney? Aye. Dutton? Aye. Flores? Hancock? Aye. Harmon? Aye. Hollingsworth? Aye. Huff? Aye. Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Aye. Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero? Runner? Aye. Semidian?
Aye.
Aye. Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? Aye. Walters? Aye. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Aye. Wright? Aye. Wyland? Aye. Yee, aye. Ashburn, aye. Mr. President,
ayes 38, noes 0. The measure is concurred in. Senator Leno, I believe you have file item 125.
Yes, Mr. President.
Secretary will read.
Assembly Bill 292 by Assemblymember Yamada, an act relating to taxation.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm pleased to bring you a bill which has significant bipartisan support. What it will do is extends the sunset date for the Alzheimer's income checkoff from January 2010 to January 1st, 2015. It also updates legislative findings related to statistical information about Alzheimer's and other dementia-related diseases. It's important to note that Californians living with Alzheimer's will double by the year 2030. 1 in 8 Californians will experience this devastating disease. It's now the 6th leading cause of death in California. This checkoff has been an enormous success, with total contributions since 1988 of $9.4 million. The bill is proudly sponsored by the Alzheimer's Association, and I would ask for your aye vote so we can continue life-saving research into this devastating disease.
Debate or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, Secretary, call the roll.
Onnested? Aye. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? No. Benoit? Aye. Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Aye. Cogdill? Aye. Corbett? Correa? Aye. Cox? Aye. Denham? Aye. DeSaulnier? Aye. Ducheney? Dutton? Aye. Flores? Hancock? Aye. Harmon? Aye. Hollingsworth? Huff? Aye. Kehoe? Leno? Aye. Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Maldonado? Aye. Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Price? Romero? Aye. Runner? Aye. Smidian? Smidian, aye. Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? Aye. Walters? Aye. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Wright? Aye. Wyland? Aye. Yee? Yee, aye. Hollingsworth, aye. Mr. President, ayes 31, noes 1.
Ayes 31, noes 1. The measure is approved. Members, that takes us to the consent calendar. We have 2 items on consent. Members, if there's no objection, substitute the unanimous roll call with all members present. There is no objection. So ordered. Senator Negrete McLeod, at your desk for what purpose, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr.
One moment, Senator Negrete McLeod. My apologies. Consent calendar. Secretary will read. 2 bills.
Senate Joint Resolution 15 and Assembly Bill 804.
Without objection, unanimous roll call. All members present. Seeing and hearing no objection, so ordered. Ayes 40, noes 0. Senator Negrete McLeod, at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the request of the author, please remove AB 1396 Torres, file item A-9 from the inactive.
Without objection, so ordered. Members, do we have any other business under motions and resolutions? If not, if there's no other business, Senator Steinberg, the desk is clear.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just want to announce the schedule. We will convene Monday at noon, and we're going to balance a little bit because we have the Appropriations Committee, but we also want to pick up on the file a little bit. So between appropriations and floor session, I would expect a pretty long afternoon till at least 4 or 5 o'clock doing the Senate's business on Monday. Hope everyone has a good weekend.
Thank you, Senator Steinberg. The Senate will be in recess until 3:30, at which time the adjournment motion will be made. We will reconvene on Monday at noon.